This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. I still can't sleep properly. It's been 3 weeks since it happened, but every time I close my eyes, I see his face. I keep the lights on at night now. I've tried talking to a therapist about it, but there's something about saying it all out loud that makes it even more real, so I'm typing it here, hoping that maybe putting it into words will help me process it. Maybe someone here has experienced something similar. God, I hope not. I graduated from college this past spring with a degree in environmental science and no real plan. Everyone around me was lining up internships and entry-level jobs, but I felt suffocated by the thought of jumping straight into the corporate world. I needed some time to figure things out, to see more of the country before settling down, so I decided to hitchhike across America, specifically along Highway 50 in Nevada, nicknamed the loneliest road in America. Looking back, the irony of that name makes me sick to my stomach. I was about 2 weeks into my journey when it happened. I'd made it through Utah and was standing on the side of the road just past the Nevada border with my thumb out. The sun was beating down, and I was starting to think I'd have to find some shade and try again later when this rusty blue pickup truck pulled over. It had these weird, dark stains on the passenger side door that I initially thought was mud. The driver rolled down the window. He looked to be in his 50s with a gray, scruffy beard and deep-set eyes that seemed to sink into his weathered face. He was wearing a faded flannel shirt despite the heat. "Where you headed?" he asked. His voice was gravelly, like he'd spent decades smoking. "Ely, if you're going that way," I said. He nodded. "Hop in. Name's Hank." I should have walked away. There was something off about him that my gut picked up on immediately. But it was hot, I was tired, and the next ride might be hours away, so I got in. That decision replays in my mind constantly now. The inside of the truck was cluttered with fast food wrappers, empty coffee cups, and a few tools scattered on the floor. There was this overwhelming smell of something metallic mixed with cheap air freshener, like he was trying to cover something up. I told him my name was Jake and that I was just traveling to see the country after graduating. "Smart kid," he said, not looking at me as he pulled back onto the highway. "Most people waste their lives without ever seeing what's out there." For the first 20 minutes or so, it was just normal small talk. He asked where I was from, what I studied, that sort of thing. But then the conversation took a turn that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. "You know, Highway 50 has a dark history," Hank said, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. "Lots of folks gone missing out here over the years, hitchhikers especially." I laughed nervously. Is that supposed to make me feel better? He didn't laugh back, just kept driving, his knuckles white against the steering wheel. "They say the road's haunted," he continued. "All these wide open spaces, it does things to a person's mind, makes them see things that ain't there. Or maybe they are there, and it's the only time we can really see them." I started checking my phone, pretending to look at something, but there was no signal. We were truly in the middle of nowhere, just endless desert and mountains in the distance. The road stretched out ahead of us like a black ribbon, empty in both directions. "I picked up a hitchhiker about 6 months back," Hank said, glancing at me for a second too long. "Young fella like yourself, said he was headed to Austin. We got to talking, and then the strangest thing happened." I didn't want to ask, but I heard myself say, "What happened?" "He disappeared," Hank said flatly. "One minute he was sitting right where you are, the next minute I looked over and he was gone. Just gone. No sound, nothing. Just empty space where a person used to be." My heart was pounding now. I tried to tell myself he was just messing with me, trying to scare the college kid for fun. But there was something in his tone, something in the way he kept glancing at me that felt deeply wrong. About an hour in, Hank pulled into a small roadside diner. It was one of those places that looked like it hadn't changed since the 70s. Faded signs, peeling paint, a few dusty trucks in the parking lot. "Let's grab some food," he said. My treat. I didn't want to spend another minute with him, but I also didn't want to be left stranded. I figured a public place would be safer, and maybe I could find another ride there. Inside, there were only a few customers. An elderly couple in one booth, a trucker at the counter, and two men in work clothes at a table by the window. The waitress, a tired-looking woman in her 60s, nodded at us as we walked in. What was strange was how everyone seemed to react to Hank. The trucker glanced up, then immediately looked down at his coffee. The two workers stopped talking mid-conversation. The waitress's smile faltered for just a second before she recovered. "Take a seat anywhere," she said, but her eyes never met Hank's. We sat in a booth near the back. Hank positioned himself so he could see the door in the parking lot. I ordered a burger and kept my responses short, looking around for anyone who might be headed in my direction. Hank noticed. "You thinking of finding another ride?" he asked quietly. I froze. "No, just looking around." He nodded slowly. "People round here, they're suspicious of outsiders. Wouldn't be too quick to trust anyone." The irony wasn't lost on me. While we ate, Hank kept talking, telling me more stories about Highway 50, about how native tribes avoided certain stretches of it, about abandoned mining towns where people vanished overnight, about strange lights in the sky that followed travelers. With each story, his eyes seemed to get more intense, more focused on me. I excused myself to go to the bathroom, planning to ask the waitress or someone else for help. But when I came out, Hank was waiting right there in the narrow hallway. "Everything all right?" he asked, blocking my path slightly. "Yeah, just needed to use the restroom," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. He moved aside, but I could feel him watching me as I walked back to our table. I paid for my own meal despite his offer, not wanting to owe him anything. Back in the truck, the atmosphere had changed. Hank was quieter now, more focused. The sun was starting to set, casting long shadows across the desert landscape. I kept my hand near the door handle, calculating my odds if I had to jump out. "You know," Hank said suddenly, "I've been driving this road for 30 years, seen things you wouldn't believe." "Like what?" I asked, trying to keep him talking while I figured out what to do. "Like shadows that move against the wind, like people walking alongside the road who vanish when you get close, like..." He stopped mid-sentence and pointed ahead. "Like that." In the distance, something dark seemed to move across the road. It was hard to make out in the fading light, but it looked almost like a person crawling on all fours, impossibly fast. Then it was gone. "Did you see that?" he asked, his voice eager. "It was probably just an animal," I said, though I wasn't sure what I'd seen. No, he said, shaking his head. "That's one of them. They come out at dusk, looking for souls that don't belong out here." My heart was racing now. I didn't know if he was crazy or if this was some kind of game to him, but I knew I needed to get out of that truck. Then I saw headlights in the distance coming toward us. Another vehicle on this empty road felt like salvation. "I want to get out," I said firmly. "Now." Hank's expression darkened. "We're in the middle of nowhere, kid. Nothing out there but sand and death." "I want out now," I repeated, louder this time. "Or I'm jumping." He slammed on the brakes so suddenly that I jerked forward against my seatbelt. The truck skidded to a stop on the shoulder of the road. For a moment, we just sat there in silence. Then he reached across me, and I thought he was going to grab me, but he just opened my door. "Your funeral," he said. I scrambled out, grabbing my backpack from the floor. The approaching car was still a ways off, but getting closer. Hank didn't drive away, though. He just sat there, watching me. I started walking toward the oncoming headlights, my thumb out, but then I heard Hank's door open and close. I looked back to see him following me on foot. "You forgot something," he called out. I hadn't forgotten anything. I knew I hadn't. But he was coming toward me now, something in his hand that I couldn't make out in the growing darkness. I ran. Off the road and into the scrubby desert, my backpack bouncing against me. I could hear him behind me, cursing and calling my name. The desert ground was uneven, and I nearly fell several times, but fear kept me moving. I don't know how long I ran, but eventually I spotted a small cabin set back from the road, lights glowing in the windows. I sprinted toward it, praying someone was home who could help me. I pounded on the door, gasping for breath. An elderly woman opened it, startled by my appearance. "Please," I wheezed. "There's a man. He's after me. I need help." She pulled me inside and locked the door behind me. The cabin was small and cluttered but warm, with a fire burning in a wood stove. "What man?" she asked. "What happened?" Before I could explain, there was a knock on the door. My blood turned to ice. "Hello?" Hank's voice called through the door. "Ma'am, I think my passenger is confused. He ran off during our trip. I'm concerned for his safety." The woman looked at me, uncertain. "Don't let him in," I whispered. "He's dangerous." She nodded slowly, then called out, "He's not here. I haven't seen anyone." "I saw him run this way," Hank insisted. "Please, I'm worried about him. It's not safe out here at night." The knocking became more insistent. The woman motioned for me to hide, and I ducked into what looked like a bedroom just as I heard the sound of splintering wood. "He's breaking in," I heard the woman cry out. I looked around desperately for a weapon, something to defend ourselves with, but found nothing. Then the strangest thing happened. The lights in the cabin began to flicker, and a small radio on the bedside table crackled to life by itself. Through the static, I heard voices, whispering, urgent voices saying, turn back now." The woman rushed into the room. "We need to go," she said, her face pale. "Now." She led me to a back door I hadn't noticed. Outside, the desert was now completely dark, except for the stars overhead. We ran together through the scrubland, away from the cabin and Hank. "There's an old service road about a quarter-mile this way," she panted as we ran. "My car's there. I was visiting my sister when you arrived." I wanted to ask why her car wasn't at the cabin, why there was a service road, why the radio had spoken, but there was no time. I could hear Hank shouting behind us, and occasionally the beam of a flashlight would sweep past. We reached what looked like an overgrown path, then followed it to a small clearing where an old station wagon sat. The woman fumbled with her keys, her hands shaking. "Get in," she said, "quickly." I yanked open the passenger door, but before I could climb in, something hit me from behind. I fell forward, my face hitting the dirt. When I rolled over, Hank was standing there, his face twisted with rage. He had the woman by the arm. "You should have stayed in the truck, Jake," he said. "Now look what you've done." I scrambled backward, trying to get to my feet. Hank dragged the woman toward the trees, away from the car. I had a choice: try to help her or take the car and escape. I'm ashamed to say I chose the latter. I found the keys still in the ignition. The engine roared to life, and I slammed it into reverse, then spun around and sped down the service road as fast as I dared in the darkness. I drove for maybe 15 minutes before the road connected with what looked like a main highway. I had no idea where I was or which direction to go, but I just needed to find people, a town, something. Eventually, I saw lights ahead. A small house set back from the road with a pickup truck parked outside. I pulled in, desperate for help. An older couple answered the door, alarmed by my state. I was covered in dirt, had a cut on my forehead I hadn't even noticed, and was shaking uncontrollably. "Please," I begged, "call the police. There's a man. He's hurt a woman. He tried to hurt me." The man ushered me inside while his wife went for the phone. They gave me water and tried to calm me down enough to explain what had happened. But before the police could arrive, we heard it, the sound of glass breaking at the back of the house. "He found me," I whispered. The three of us ran out the front door and toward the road. In the distance, I could see headlights approaching, multiple vehicles. As they got closer, I could make out the distinct shape of police cruisers, their lights flashing. They arrived just as Hank emerged from the house. There was a brief standoff, shouting, and then they had him on the ground, handcuffed. One officer drove me to the station, where I gave my statement. They told me they'd been looking for Hank for months, suspected in the disappearance of several hitchhikers along Highway 50. They'd never had enough evidence to arrest him until now. I asked about the elderly woman from the cabin, but they looked confused. They said there was no cabin where I described, just an old abandoned mining shack that had burned down years ago, and they hadn't found anyone else with Hank when they arrested him. I've gone over it 1,000 times in my mind, trying to make sense of what happened. Who was the woman? Was the cabin real? What were those voices on the radio? I don't have answers, just the lingering fear that follows me even now, weeks later. I took the Greyhound home the next day. No more hitchhiking for me, no more loneliest road. Whatever happened out there in the Nevada desert, I survived it. But I'm not the same person who stuck out his thumb on the side of that highway. And sometimes when I'm falling asleep, I swear I can hear that radio static and those voices warning me to turn back. Story 2. I've been hesitating to write this down for weeks now because putting it into words makes it real again. But I need to get this out because I haven't been sleeping well, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar. My husband and I bought our house 3 years ago, a 1920s craftsman with those beautiful built-in cabinets and original hardwood floors. Everyone who visits says it has good energy. I used to think so too. It's not huge, but it's perfect for us. 2 bedrooms upstairs, living areas downstairs, and a partially finished basement where my husband keeps his music equipment. I work from home as a graphic designer, so I'm in this house all day, every day, and until last month, I never felt anything but completely comfortable here. That changed on July 18th. It was a really hot night, even with our window AC unit running in the bedroom. We'd gone to bed around 11, and I remember checking my phone one last time and seeing it was just after midnight before I finally drifted off. I woke up suddenly to the feeling of my husband getting out of bed. Our bedroom was dark except for the faint blue glow from the AC unit display and a sliver of streetlight coming through the gap in our curtains. It was that weird pre-dawn darkness where you can make out shapes but not much else. I squinted at the alarm clock, 4 in the morning exactly. I heard my husband's footsteps heading toward our bathroom, then the click of the bathroom door closing. Our bed is positioned so my side is against the wall and my husband's side faces the room. I was lying there, that half-awake, half-asleep state where your brain isn't fully functioning yet, just waiting for him to come back to bed. The house was completely silent except for the low hum of the AC. That's when I noticed movement at the foot of the bed. At first, I thought I was imagining things. You know how your eyes can play tricks on you in the dark, but then I saw it clearly. A dark mass, distinctly the shape of a human head, rising up slowly from below the foot of the bed. It seemed to be peering over the covers, like someone kneeling on the floor and lifting their head just high enough to look at me. My first thought, as ridiculous as it sounds now, was that my husband had somehow gotten back from the bathroom without me noticing and was sitting on the floor at the end of our bed. He sometimes sits in the armchair in the corner of our bedroom with headphones on to play games on his phone if he can't sleep, so he doesn't disturb me. But this was different. The shape was at the foot of the bed, not in the chair. "Why are you sitting on the floor?" I asked, my voice sounding strange even to my own ears. No response. Just that dark head-shaped mass, completely still, seemingly watching me. The longer I stared at it, the more certain I became that it was indeed a head. I could make out what looked like the curve of a forehead, the slope of a nose. But it was just dark, like a shadow with substance. My heart started pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. I opened my mouth to speak again when I heard the bathroom door opening down the hall. The unmistakable sound of the doorknob turning, the familiar creak of the hinges we keep meaning to oil. My husband was still in the bathroom. In that instant, as the realization hit me, the head-shaped figure ducked down quickly, not gradually like someone lowering themselves, but in one swift, unnatural movement, like something being yanked from below. 1 second it was there, the next it was gone. I screamed. I screamed like I've never screamed before in my life. This raw, primal sound that I didn't even recognize as coming from me. My husband came running into the room, flipping on the light switch. "What's wrong? What happened?" His face was pale with panic. I couldn't speak at first, just pointed frantically at the foot of the bed, gasping for air between sobs. There was someone, something, watching me from the end of the bed. He immediately dropped to his knees, looking under the bed while I scrambled to sit up against the headboard, pulling the covers up to my chin like some ridiculous horror movie cliché. But I couldn't help it. I felt exposed, violated. "There's nothing under here," he said, his voice muffled as he peered into every corner beneath our bed frame. He got up and checked our closet, behind the curtains, in the corners of the room. Everywhere something could possibly hide. Then he went room by room through the entire house, turning on every light, checking every closet, behind every door, even looking in cabinets that would be too small for a person. Nothing, no one. We checked all the windows and doors. Everything was locked from the inside, just as we'd left it before going to bed. No signs of forced entry anywhere. The alarm system hadn't been triggered. It was as if whatever I'd seen had materialized out of thin air. "Maybe you were having a hypnagogic hallucination," my husband suggested once we were sitting at the kitchen table, me wrapped in a blanket despite the summer heat, hands shaking as I clutched a mug of tea. Those waking dreams that happen when you're falling asleep or waking up. I wanted to believe him. That would be the rational explanation. But I wasn't falling asleep or waking up. I was fully awake, waiting for him to return to bed. And what I saw felt so real, so three-dimensional. The way it moved wasn't dreamlike at all. "I know what I saw," I insisted. "It was watching me. I could feel it watching me." We stayed awake until sunrise, sitting in the kitchen, neither of us willing to go back to the bedroom. When daylight finally came, everything looked so normal, so unthreatening. Our cozy house with its morning sun streaming through the windows. The bedroom that had always been our sanctuary now felt tainted. I called in sick to my client meetings that day. We were both exhausted, but I couldn't bring myself to nap in our bedroom. Instead, I dozed fitfully on the couch while my husband, running on pure adrenaline and coffee, installed additional security measures, a motion sensor camera in our bedroom, new deadbolts on the doors. That night, we slept with all the lights on, and the next night, and the night after that. The camera has caught nothing unusual in the 3 weeks since. No intruders, no unexplainable movements. Just our cat occasionally jumping on the bed or the curtains shifting in the breeze from the AC. But I still can't shake what I saw. I've tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was a shadow from a car passing outside. Maybe it was indeed some sort of waking dream. Maybe my eyes were playing tricks on me. None of those explanations feel right though, because what I remember most vividly wasn't just the sight of that head-shaped darkness. It was the feeling that came with it. This absolute certainty that I was being observed, studied. There was an intelligence behind that watching, a presence that was undeniably there and undeniably aware. I've started sleeping on the couch more nights than not. When I do sleep in our bed, I position myself so I can see the entire room, and I leave the bedside lamp on. My husband has been incredibly understanding, but I can tell he thinks I just had a nightmare or a stress-induced hallucination. He doesn't say it, but I know he thinks I'll get over it eventually. But how do you get over something when you don't understand what it was? I've researched breaking and entering cases, read up on home security, even reluctantly looked into paranormal explanations. Nothing seems to fit what happened. The logical part of my brain keeps insisting there must be a rational explanation. Maybe someone did break in somehow and managed to escape before we could catch them. Maybe there's some secret entrance to our house we don't know about. But then why wouldn't they have stolen anything? Why just watch me? The worst part is how it's changed my relationship with our home. This place that used to feel like my sanctuary now feels compromised. I find myself constantly looking over my shoulder, jumping at shadows, sleeping with one eye open. It's been 23 days since it happened. I still check under the bed every night. I still can't bring myself to sleep with my back to the room. I still wake up at exactly 4 in the morning, my heart racing, eyes searching the darkness for that watching presence. Sometimes I think I can feel it still, that sensation of being observed when I'm alone in the house. It's strongest in the bedroom, but it follows me sometimes, this weight of attention that makes the hair on my arms stand up. My husband thinks we should see someone, that maybe I'm dealing with some delayed anxiety response or PTSD from something unrelated that's manifesting this way. And maybe he's right. Maybe this is all in my head. But I know what I saw. I know what I felt. And whatever it was, whoever it was, they were in our bedroom that night, watching me. And the most terrifying thought, the one that keeps me awake night after night, is simple. What if they come back? What if they never actually left? At fate. Story 3. I've never shared this with anyone except my closest friend Dylan. Even now, typing this out, my hands are shaking and I keep looking over my shoulder. I've tried therapy, meditation, even hypnosis to make sense of what happened that night when I was 17, but nothing helps. I need to get this off my chest, even if no one believes me. This happened about 6 years ago when I was 17. My parents were heading out of town for some anniversary weekend getaway. They'd been planning it for months, and I'd convinced them I was old enough to stay home alone. I mean, I was 17, practically an adult, right? They left Friday afternoon with the usual warnings. No parties, no alcohol, emergency numbers on the fridge, blah, blah, blah. I remember feeling so damn excited to have the house to myself. I ordered a large pepperoni pizza, grabbed some energy drinks from the fridge, and queued up a horror movie marathon. It was storming outside, thunder cracking every few minutes, rain hammering against the windows. Perfect horror movie weather. I've always been a huge horror fan, which makes what happened next even more ironic. I started with The Thing, one of my all-time favorites. I was about halfway through, right at that scene where they're testing everyone's blood, when the first thud came from the basement. At first, I barely noticed it over the movie, but then it came again, louder. A heavy thud, like something substantial had fallen over. I paused the movie and listened. Our house was old, built in the 70s, so weird noises weren't uncommon. But this was different. This wasn't the house settling or pipes knocking. I tried to ignore it, turned the volume up and kept watching. Then came the dragging sound, this slow, deliberate scraping noise that seemed to move across the basement floor. Our basement wasn't finished, just a concrete floor, cinder block walls, a furnace and some storage. There shouldn't have been anything down there that could make that kind of noise. I paused the movie again, complete silence except for the rain outside. Then the dragging started again. Scrap. Pause. Scrap. It sounded like something heavy being dragged across concrete. My first thought was that maybe a raccoon or stray cat had somehow gotten in through the small basement windows. We'd had animals get in before. No big deal, right? Just check it out, make sure there's nothing that can hurt me, and get back to my movie. I grabbed my phone for the flashlight and headed to the basement door. The dragging had stopped again, but as I put my hand on the doorknob, I heard something else. A soft, wet sound, like someone squishing mud between their fingers. I hesitated but turned the knob anyway. The basement lights weren't working. Of course they weren't, because that's just my luck. I flicked the switch a few times, but nothing happened. The storm must have affected the circuit, so I was left with just my phone flashlight, which suddenly seemed pathetically dim. The staircase to our basement was steep and narrow, with no handrail. I took each step carefully, sweeping my light back and forth. The smell hit me about halfway down. This damp, earthy smell mixed with something sour, like rotting meat. Our basement had always been a little musty, but this was different. This was wrong. When I reached the bottom step, I heard the door at the top of the stairs slam shut. I nearly jumped out of my skin. I rushed back up, but when I tried the knob, it wouldn't turn. It was locked somehow, which made zero sense because that door had no lock. We'd never been able to lock it, ever. I banged on the door, yelling, even though I knew nobody was home to hear me. The door wouldn't budge, not even a millimeter. It felt like it had been sealed shut, merged with the frame somehow. My phone showed I had no signal in the basement, another thing that had never been an issue before. I couldn't call for help. I was truly stuck down there. I turned back to face the basement, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. The beam of my flashlight seemed to be getting dimmer by the second. The darkness beyond it felt thick, almost solid. And it was so quiet now, even the storm outside seemed muffled, distant. That's when I noticed something on the far wall of the basement, something that shouldn't have been there. A door, a fucking door in the middle of the cinder block wall. Our basement had always just been one big room, no doors except the one at the top of the stairs, no other rooms, no closets, nothing. But there it was, a wooden door, old and warped, embedded in the wall where there had only ever been cinder blocks. I stood there for what felt like forever, just staring at it. My logical brain tried to make sense of it. Had it always been there and I just never noticed? Had my dad installed it recently without mentioning it? But I knew those were lies I was telling myself. That door was not supposed to be there, period. The smart thing would have been to stay put, wait for morning when someone might hear me shouting from a basement window. But something was pulling me toward that door. Not curiosity, something stronger and more primal, like a compulsion I couldn't fight. My feet moved on their own. Each step closer to that door felt both wrong and inevitable. The dragging sound had stopped completely, but now I could hear something else, a soft, rhythmic sound, like breathing or crying. It was coming from behind the door. When I reached it, I noticed details that made my skin crawl. The wood looked ancient, not just old. The grain was strange, swirling in patterns that seemed to shift when I moved my light. The doorknob was made of some dull metal I couldn't identify, tarnished black except where something had been gripping it, leaving behind smeared lighter patches, and there were scratches around the edges, deep gouges in the wood and even in the surrounding cinder block. As if something had been trying to claw its way out, I reached for the knob, my hand shaking so badly I almost dropped my phone. The metal was ice cold and slightly damp. It turned easily, too easily, like it was eager to be opened. The door swung inward, revealing not another room but a tunnel with dirt walls that sloped downward into darkness. The smell that hit me was overwhelming, that same earthy, rotting stench, but 100 times stronger. My eyes watered and I gagged, but I didn't back away. My phone light showed that the tunnel walls weren't just dirt. There were things embedded in them, small objects I couldn't quite identify at first. I stepped closer, leaned in, and realized with horror that they were personal items. A child's toy car, a woman's earring, a man's wristwatch with the face shattered. Things that belonged to people. Things that shouldn't have been buried in a tunnel that shouldn't have existed beneath my house. I knew I should turn back, but that same compulsion pushed me forward. I took one step into the tunnel, then another. The dirt floor was damp and oddly warm beneath my feet. The tunnel wasn't tall enough for me to stand upright, so I had to hunch over. I'd gone maybe 15 feet when my phone light caught movement ahead. Something was coming toward me. Something moving in a jerky, unnatural way, like a damaged wind-up toy. I froze, my light fixed on the approaching figure. At first I thought it was a man. It had the general shape of a man, but as it got closer, I realized it was all wrong. Its proportions were distorted, limbs too long and bent at impossible angles. Its skin, what I could see of it, was gray and mottled, like something that had been underwater too long. But the face, God, the face is what still haunts my nightmares. It looked partially melted, features twisted and running together. Where the eyes should have been were just empty, bleeding sockets. Its mouth was too wide, stretching almost ear to ear, filled with jagged, irregular teeth. When it saw me, and I don't know how it saw me without eyes, but I know it saw me, it stopped moving. For maybe 3 seconds, we just stared at each other. Then it opened that nightmare mouth and screamed. It wasn't a human scream. It wasn't even an animal scream. It was like the sound of metal tearing, mixed with static and a high-pitched ringing that made my ears feel like they were bleeding. I dropped my phone in shock, plunging us into darkness except for the dim glow from the screen facing downward. I felt something cold and wet grab my ankle. I kicked wildly and connected with something solid. The thing made a wet, gurgling sound, and I took that moment to run. I ran like I've never run before, scrambling back through the tunnel, my hands scraping against the dirt walls, feeling those embedded objects brush against my skin. I burst back into the basement and slammed the door shut behind me. There was no lock, so I dragged a heavy storage shelf in front of it. The whole time, I could hear that thing coming, its movements faster now, that wet, dragging sound speeding up. I turned to run back to the stairs, and miracle of miracles, the basement door at the top was now open. I don't know how or why, but I didn't question it. I took those stairs 3 at a time, slammed the door shut behind me, and didn't stop running until I reached my car. I drove straight to Dylan's house, hysterical and barely coherent. His parents were out too, thankfully, because I must have looked insane, covered in dirt, scratched up, wild-eyed. Dylan thought I was pranking him at first, but something in my face must have convinced him. He came back to my house with me, but we only went as far as the front door. I couldn't go inside again, much less down to that basement. We went back to his place, and I stayed there until my parents came home Sunday night. I told them I'd gotten spooked by the storm and the power flickering. When they asked why I was scratched up, I lied and said I'd gone hiking with Dylan and fallen. On Monday, I made my dad go down to the basement with me, making up some excuse about hearing weird noises. The door in the wall was gone, just solid cinder block, like it had never been there at all. The smell was gone too. Everything was normal, but I knew what I'd seen, what I'd heard, what had grabbed me. I never spent another night alone in that house. As soon as I graduated, I moved out for college and never moved back in. My parents still live there, and every time I visit, they ask why I never stay overnight. I make up excuses about plans with friends or early morning commitments. The truth is, I'm terrified of that basement, terrified that if I'm alone in that house again, that door will reappear, that whatever lives behind it is still waiting for me. Sometimes late at night, I swear I can hear that dragging sound, even in my apartment miles away. And sometimes when I close my eyes, I see those empty bleeding sockets staring back at me. I still don't know what that thing was or why it appeared to me that night. All I know is that it was real, and I'm convinced it's still there behind a wall that looks solid until you're alone, scared, and trapped in the dark. Story 4. I've never told anyone this story before, maybe because no one would believe it, or maybe because I still don't fully understand what happened myself. But I need to get this off my chest, so here goes. 3 years ago, I decided to take a road trip from Chicago to the Pacific Northwest. I had just quit my job after 5 years of grinding away at a company that didn't appreciate me, and I thought some time alone on the road would clear my head, help me figure out what to do next. I'd always wanted to see Montana and Washington State, maybe even drive up to Vancouver if I felt like it. No real itinerary, just me, my reliable 2008 Honda Civic, and the open road. The first few days were exactly what I needed. I drove through Wisconsin and Minnesota, stopping whenever I felt like it, staying in cheap motels, eating at diners. I felt free for the first time in years. Then I crossed into Montana, and everything changed. It was my 4th day on the road. I'd been driving since early morning, making good time through eastern Montana. The landscape had been getting more beautiful by the hour, rolling hills giving way to distant mountains. The sky so big it made me feel tiny. I decided to take a scenic route that would wind through some less populated areas before connecting back to the interstate. The sun was starting to set when I noticed my gas gauge getting low. According to my GPS, the next town was about 40 miles away. No problem, I thought. I had enough to make it there easily. About 15 minutes later, I saw her, a woman walking along the side of the highway. This wasn't just unusual, it was bizarre. There was literally nothing around for miles. No houses, no broken down cars, nothing but wilderness. She was maybe in her 50s, wearing a faded dress and a light jacket despite the chill in the air. She wasn't hitchhiking, just walking with her head down. I slowed as I passed her, wondering if I should stop and offer help. Something about her made me uneasy, though. She never looked up as I drove by, just kept walking with this strange, shuffling gait. I kept driving, but couldn't shake the image of her from my mind. Who walks alone on a remote highway at dusk? Where had she come from? Where was she going? About 5 miles later, I saw him, a young guy, maybe early 20s, definitely hitchhiking this time. He looked normal enough. Jeans, flannel shirt, backpack. Unlike the woman, he was actively trying to get a ride, arms stretched out with his thumb up. I usually don't pick up hitchhikers, but after seeing that woman, something about encountering another person made me feel relieved. I pulled over. He ran up to my passenger window, which I rolled down halfway. "Thanks for stopping, man," he said, sounding breathless. "I've been out here for hours." "Where are you headed?" I asked. "Just to the next town would be great. My friends and I were camping, and I got separated from them when I went hiking. My phone's dead, and I need to call them." It sounded reasonable enough. Still, I hesitated. "Please," he said, glancing back over his shoulder. "It's getting dark." Something in his voice, a hint of genuine fear, made me unlock the door. "Hop in." He practically dove into my car, tossing his backpack on the floor between his feet. Up close, I could see he was younger than I'd thought, maybe 19 or 20. His face was pale and drawn, and he had dark circles under his eyes. "I'm Jordan," I said as I pulled back onto the road. "Mark," he replied, though he seemed distracted, constantly looking out the window. "Thanks again for stopping. You don't know how grateful I am." "No problem. Did you guys set up camp around here somewhere? I haven't seen any campgrounds." "We went off trail. My buddy knows the area, or at least he said he did." He laughed, but it sounded forced. Guess that didn't work out so well for me. As we drove, the sun disappeared completely and darkness settled over the landscape. The highway narrowed and began to wind through increasingly dense forest. My GPS signal started to weaken, showing our position intermittently before losing it altogether. Great. "This road should take us to Pinewood, right?" I asked, referring to the small town that was supposed to be ahead. Mark didn't answer. He was staring out the window into the darkness. "Hey, Mark, does this road lead to Pinewood?" He turned to me slowly. "Yeah, eventually. But it's farther than you think." Something about the way he said it made my skin crawl. I reached for the radio, hoping to find a station, but got nothing but static. That's when I first heard it, a whisper, so faint I almost missed it beneath the radio static. I turned the radio off. "Did you say something?" I asked. Mark shook his head, his eyes wide. "You hear it too?" The whispers grew louder, not coming from inside the car, but somehow surrounding us. I couldn't make out any words, just hushed, urgent sounds that seemed to be keeping pace with the car. "What the hell is that?" I gripped the steering wheel tighter, my knuckles turning white. Mark was pressed against the passenger door, as far from the window as he could get. "I don't know. I started hearing them before you picked me up. That's why I was so desperate for a ride." My headlights cut through the darkness, illuminating the road and the thick forest pressing in on both sides. I could have sworn I saw movement between the trees, but whenever I looked directly, there was nothing there. I stepped on the gas, pushing my Civic faster along the winding road. The whispers intensified, almost like they were responding to our increased speed. "Do you know these woods?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "Is there something out here I should know about?" Mark's breathing had become rapid and shallow. "I've heard stories, everyone in the region has, but I never believed them, thought they were just trying to scare tourists, you know." "What stories?" Before he could answer, my car began to sputter. The engine coughed, died, then caught again. The headlights flickered. "No, no, no," I muttered, watching in horror as the dashboard lights dimmed. The car lurched forward a few more yards before dying completely. We rolled to a stop in the middle of the road. I tried the ignition. Nothing. Not even a click. The battery wasn't dead. The interior lights still worked. But the car wouldn't start. "This can't be happening," I said, panic rising in my throat. "I just had this car serviced before I left Chicago." Mark wasn't listening. He was staring out the windshield, his face drained of all color. "They're here," he whispered. I followed his gaze and felt my blood turn to ice. Between the trees, maybe 30 yards ahead of us, stood a figure. My headlights had died with the engine, so I couldn't see it clearly, but something about its proportions was wrong. It seemed too tall, too thin, its arms hanging too low, As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I realized there were more of them, figures standing motionless among the trees on both sides of the road. 5, 10, maybe more. The whispers were coming from them, a constant hissing chatter that made no sense but somehow conveyed meaning, malevolent meaning. "Who are they?" I asked, my voice barely audible. Mark was shaking now. "I don't know what they are, but they've been following me since yesterday, when I got separated from my friends." He swallowed hard. "I don't think it was an accident. I think they led me away." One of the figures moved, taking a step toward the road. In the dim moonlight filtering through the trees, I caught a glimpse of its face, or what should have been a face. It had hollows where eyes should be, and its mouth was wrong, twisted into an impossible shape. "We need to get out of here," I said, trying the ignition again. "Nothing. They won't let us leave," Mark said, his voice strangely calm now. "They're here for me. They won't let me go." The figures were moving closer now, emerging from the tree line onto the road. They moved with an unnatural grace, almost gliding rather than walking, and all the while, that terrible whispering continued, growing louder, more insistent. I reached for my phone. No signal, of course. I fumbled in the glove compartment for anything that could be used as a weapon, a screwdriver, a tire iron, but found nothing useful. The closest figure was now only about 20 feet from my car. In the moonlight, I could see it more clearly, and I wished to God I couldn't. Its body was emaciated, skin stretched tight over impossible angles. Its fingers were too long, ending in points rather than nails. But it was the face that would haunt me forever. That hollow-eyed, twisted-mouth face that wasn't quite human, but wasn't quite anything else either. And then it spoke. Not in whispers this time, but in a voice that seemed to bypass my ears and echo directly in my mind. "Come back to us," it said, though the words weren't exactly in English. Somehow I understood them anyway. "You belong with us now." Mark was crying silently beside me, tears streaming down his face. "I'm sorry," he kept saying. "I'm so sorry." The figure reached out one of those terrible hands toward our car. Just as its fingertips were about to touch the hood, my engine suddenly roared to life. The headlights blazed, momentarily blinding the creature. I didn't hesitate. I slammed the car into gear and floored it, driving straight at the figure. It didn't move, didn't even seem surprised. At the last second, I swerved around it, nearly going off the road before regaining control. The others were moving onto the road now, forming a gauntlet we had to pass through. I kept my foot pressed to the floor, weaving between them as they reached for the car with those long, pointed fingers. One of them brushed against my window, leaving a smear that looked black in the darkness. And then we were through, speeding down the highway with the figures receding in my rearview mirror. But the whispers didn't stop. They followed us, filling the car despite the windows being closed. "Don't slow down," Mark said, his voice barely audible over the engine and the whispers. "Whatever you do, don't stop driving until morning." I didn't need to be told twice. I drove like a madman, taking turns too fast, constantly checking my mirrors for signs of pursuit. The whispers gradually faded as we put more distance between us and those things, but they never completely disappeared. We drove in silence for what felt like hours. The road seemed endless, and I began to wonder if we were somehow driving in circles. Mark sat rigidly in the passenger seat, staring straight ahead, occasionally wiping tears from his face. Finally, impossibly, the sky began to lighten. Dawn was breaking. As the first rays of sunlight hit the road, the whispers stopped completely. The silence was almost as unnerving as the sounds had been. "We made it," I said, my voice hoarse from hours of not speaking. "We should reach a town soon." Mark didn't respond. He seemed lost in thought, his eyes fixed on some distant point I couldn't see. About half an hour later, we came to a gas station, the first sign of civilization since I'd picked up Mark. I pulled in, beyond relieved to see other people, other cars. Normal things. "I'm going to fill up and ask where we are," I told Mark. "Do you want something to eat? A coffee?" When he didn't answer, I turned to look at him and found the passenger seat empty. Mark was gone. His backpack was gone too. It was as if he'd never been in my car at all. I looked around frantically, checking outside to see if he'd somehow gotten out without me noticing, but there was no sign of him anywhere. Shaken, I went inside to pay for gas. The attendant, an older man with weathered skin and kind eyes, took one look at me and frowned. "You okay, son? You look like you've seen a ghost." I didn't even know where to start. I was driving all night with a passenger, a young guy named Mark, but he's gone now. The attendant's expression changed. "You came down from the north on Highway 16? I nodded. He sighed, looking suddenly tired. "You're not the first to come through here with a story like that. That road's got a bad reputation, especially at night. People have gone missing up there. Others tell tales that'd make your hair stand on end." "What's out there?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. He shook his head. "I don't know, and I don't want to know. All I can tell you is, if you're heading back north, do it in daylight, and maybe take the interstate instead." I didn't go back north. I continued west, sticking to major highways, driving only during daylight hours. I made it to Seattle 3 days later, but I couldn't enjoy it. I kept thinking about Mark, about those figures in the woods, about the whispers that seemed to follow us for miles. I've tried to research Highway 16 and the surrounding area since then. I've found vague mentions of disappearances, of strange sounds in the woods, of travelers who report lost time or mysterious companions, but nothing concrete, nothing that explains what I experienced. Sometimes I wonder if Mark was ever real, or if he was somehow part of whatever lives in those woods. But I can still hear his voice sometimes, still see the genuine fear in his eyes. They're here for me. They won't let me go. I don't know what happened to him. I don't know what would have happened to me if my car hadn't mysteriously started again. All I know is that I'll never drive that road again, and I still can't shake the feeling that somewhere in the remote wilderness of Montana, that road is watching, waiting for the next lost soul to wander its way. Story 5. I've never shared this with anyone outside my therapist and my closest friend. Even typing this makes my hands shake and my chest tight. But I need to put this out there, just to see if anyone else has experienced something similar. I don't expect anyone to believe me. Hell, I wouldn't believe me. But I swear every word is true. I'm 20 now, but this all started when I was 19 and living in Willowbrook. It's a tiny town where nothing ever happens. The kind of place with one stoplight and where everyone knows your business before you do. I was staying in my parents' old farmhouse while they were away on an extended trip to help my sick grandmother. Being alone in that creaky house was unsettling enough, but what happened to me during those months has permanently scarred me. I've always been a terrible sleeper. Even as a kid, I'd lie awake for hours, staring at the ceiling while the rest of the world slept peacefully. My doctor called it chronic insomnia, prescribed me pills that never worked, and eventually just told me to develop better sleep hygiene, whatever the hell that means. But this was different. This wasn't just insomnia. It evolved into something much worse. It started on a Tuesday night in October. The wind was howling outside, making the old windows rattle. I remember because I'd finally started to drift off around 3 in the morning after being awake since 7 the previous day. That delicious heaviness was settling over me. You know that feeling when you're finally about to fall asleep after being exhausted. But then something changed. The heaviness became oppressive, crushing. I couldn't move my arms or legs. I couldn't even lift a finger. My breathing became shallow and labored. Sleep paralysis. I'd had it before, but not often. Usually it lasted a few seconds, maybe a minute at most. This time felt different right away. First came the sound, a soft rhythmic dripping, like a leaky faucet, but not quite. Drip, drip, drip. Inconsistent intervals, sometimes faster, sometimes with long pauses between drops. The sound seemed to be coming from somewhere in my room. I tried to move, to call out, but my body remained frozen. Only my eyes could move, darting around the dimly lit bedroom. That's when I saw it. Hovering near my ceiling, in the corner opposite my bed, was a figure, a man's body, naked, pale, and unnervingly thin, but where his head should have been, God, I can barely type this, was the freshly severed head of a goat. Not a mask, not a costume. A real goat's head with matted fur and lifeless eyes. Blood dripped steadily from the ragged neck, falling to my bedroom floor. Drip, drip, drip. I was screaming inside my head, begging my body to move, but nothing happened. I was completely immobilized as this thing just floated there, watching me. The goat's head was angled down, its dead eyes fixed on mine. The blood continued to drip, but when I looked at my floor, there was no puddle forming. After what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes, I finally broke free of the paralysis with a desperate gasp. I lunged for my bedside lamp and switched it on. The room was empty, no figure, no blood, nothing out of place, just my familiar bedroom. I didn't sleep again that night. I convinced myself it was just an unusually vivid episode of sleep paralysis. I'd read about how people see shadow figures, old hags, or demons during these episodes. My brain had just conjured something particularly disturbing, that's all. But the next night, it happened again. Same crushing weight on my chest, same paralysis, same dripping sound. This time the goat-headed figure was perched on top of my wardrobe, its long, thin legs dangling over the edge. Again it just watched me, blood dripping from the severed neck onto the top of my wardrobe but leaving no stain. Night after night, this continued, always the same figure, but always in a different position in my room, sometimes hovering near my window, sometimes standing in the doorway, sometimes crouched in a corner, and always watching me with those dead goat eyes. I started dreading sleep. I'd force myself to stay awake until my body literally collapsed from exhaustion. I drank so much coffee that my hands shook constantly. I tried sleeping with the lights on, with music playing, with the TV blasting. Nothing helped. The moment sleep paralysis took hold, the lights would seem dimmer, the sounds muffled, and the goat-headed visitor would appear. After 2 weeks, I went to my doctor. She said my sleep deprivation was likely making my sleep paralysis worse and prescribed stronger sleeping pills. They knocked me out, but they didn't stop the visits. If anything, they made it worse because I couldn't fight off the paralysis as easily. By November, the encounters started changing. The goat-headed visitor became bolder. Instead of staying at the edges of my room, it began appearing closer to my bed. One night, it stood at the foot of my bed, just 2 feet away from me. Another night, it sat on the edge, the mattress not even dipping under its weight. The dripping blood now fell onto my comforter, but again, left no stains when I finally broke free of the paralysis. I stopped talking to friends about it after the first few times. They were concerned at first, suggesting everything from carbon monoxide detectors to psychiatric evaluations. But I could see the doubt in their eyes, the way they exchanged looks when they thought I wasn't watching. No one believed me. Why would they? It sounded insane. By December, I was a wreck. I'd lost weight, my grades were slipping, and dark circles had become a permanent fixture under my eyes. The few hours of sleep I got were constantly interrupted by visits from my goat-headed tormentor. I began to wonder if I was losing my mind. One night in mid-December, I had a moment of defiance. During an episode, with the visitor standing beside my bed, I somehow managed to speak through the paralysis. It took every ounce of my willpower, but I croaked out, "What do you want from me?" The visitor didn't respond. It just tilted its goat head slightly, as if curious. Then, for the first time ever, it moved while I was watching. It slowly raised one long, bony hand and pointed a finger directly at my chest. Not at my face or my head, specifically at my heart. Then it leaned closer, the dripping blood now falling onto my nightshirt. I woke up gasping, the paralysis finally breaking. I switched on my lamp and looked down. My grey nightshirt was still grey, no blood stains. I sat up all night with every light in the house turned on, shaking uncontrollably. The next day, I drove to the public library 2 towns over, where nobody knew me. I spent hours researching sleep paralysis, night terrors, and supernatural phenomena. I found plenty of accounts of sleep paralysis demons, but none that matched my goat-headed visitor. Then I stumbled upon some old folklore about entities that feed on fear and despair, that target vulnerable people, especially those with sleep disorders. The more I read, the more convinced I became that what was happening to me wasn't just in my head. I tried everything: dream catchers, protective crystals, sleeping with religious symbols, burning sage. I even contacted a local paranormal investigation group, but they just sent me links to sleep disorder clinics. The night of December 23rd was when everything escalated. I remember the date clearly because it was 2 days before Christmas, and I was dreading my parents' return. How could I explain what was happening to me without sounding completely insane? That night, I took a different approach. I decided not to fight the sleep or the paralysis. I would face this thing head on. I turned off all lights, lay in bed, and waited. Sleep came unusually quickly, and with it, the paralysis. Drip, drip, drip. The sound was louder than ever. I opened my eyes, and my heart nearly stopped. The goat-headed visitor wasn't across the room or at the foot of my bed. It was directly above me, hovering just a foot over my body, its face inches from mine. The blood dripped faster now, falling onto my face, my neck, my chest. I could feel the wetness, the warmth. This had never happened before. I had never physically felt anything during these episodes. The goat's eyes, which had always been dead and glassy, now seemed alive with malice. Its mouth opened slightly, revealing teeth that were not goat teeth at all, but rows of sharp, needle-like points. A voice filled my head, not spoken aloud, but somehow inside my mind. Finally, it seemed to say, "You've accepted me." Terror, unlike anything I've ever known, flooded through me. This wasn't sleep paralysis. This wasn't a hallucination. This thing was real, and somehow, by stopping my resistance, I'd given it more power over me. With a desperation born of pure survival instinct, I fought against the paralysis harder than I ever had before. I focused everything I had on moving just one finger, one toe, anything to break the spell. The visitor's mouth opened wider, unhinging like a snake's, stretching impossibly large. It began to lower its gaping maw toward my face. Just as I felt its cold breath on my skin, I broke free. I didn't just wake up. I launched myself out of bed with a scream that tore at my throat. I crashed into my dresser, knocking everything to the floor, before scrambling to hit the light switch. The room was empty. But when I looked down at myself, my nightshirt was covered in dark, wet stains. Not the red of blood, but something darker, almost black. And the smell, like copper and rot, and something I can't even describe. I ripped off the shirt and threw it in the corner, then turned on every light in the house. I sat in the living room, wrapped in a blanket, rocking back and forth until dawn broke. When morning came, I forced myself to go back to my room. The shirt I'd thrown in the corner was there, but the stains were gone. It was completely clean. But on my bedroom floor, beneath where the visitor had hovered over my bed, was a small pool of dark liquid. As I watched, it seemed to be slowly disappearing, evaporating into nothing. By the time I had the courage to touch it, it was gone completely. That was the last time I saw the goat-headed visitor. I moved out of my parents' house the next day, making up a story about a friend needing a roommate urgently. I've never spent another night in that bedroom. It's been almost a year now. My sleep has improved somewhat, though I still have insomnia and occasional sleep paralysis, but the visitor hasn't returned. Sometimes I wonder if it got what it wanted that night, or if by finally truly believing in its reality, I somehow broke its power over me. I still sleep with the lights on. I still wake up sometimes thinking I hear that familiar dripping sound, and every morning I check my sheets and night clothes for stains that shouldn't be there. I don't know what that thing was. I don't know why it chose me or what it wanted. All I know is that it was real. It was there, and part of me is terrified that someday, when I least expect it, I'll open my eyes in the dark and hear that sound again. Drip, drip, drip. Story 6. I still can't sleep with the curtains open, 3 years later, and I still check my rearview mirror obsessively, even on short trips to the grocery store. Sometimes I'll catch myself staring at distant headlights, holding my breath until they pass or turn off. My therapist says it's PTSD. Maybe she's right, but how do you process something that defies explanation? I've never shared this online before, but I need to get this off my chest. It happened during spring break of my junior year of college. My buddy Jack and I had been planning this epic road trip from San Francisco to Boulder for months. Jack's older brother had moved to Colorado the year before, and we figured we'd crash with him for a few days, hit some hiking trails, maybe check out some local breweries. Nothing crazy, just two 21-year-old guys looking for an adventure before finals season. Jack had this dark blue '97 Ford Bronco he'd inherited from his uncle. That thing was a beast, not great on gas, but reliable as hell and perfect for the long stretches of highway we'd be covering. We packed light, 2 duffel bags, a cooler full of snacks and drinks, sleeping bags in case we wanted to camp, and a stack of CDs for when we inevitably lost radio signal. The first couple days were exactly what we'd hoped for. We took our time driving through the Sierra Nevadas, windows down, singing along to Pearl Jam and Foo Fighters like complete idiots. The weather was perfect, 65 and sunny with that crisp mountain air that makes you feel more alive somehow. We stopped at a few overlooks, took some photos, talked about life after graduation. Normal stuff. By the 3rd day, we crossed into Nevada, and man, the landscape changed dramatically. The lush forests and mountains gave way to this stark, sandy emptiness that stretched for miles in every direction. It was beautiful in its own way, but also kind of unsettling. There's something about that kind of isolation that messes with your head. We were on Highway 50, which I later found out is literally called the loneliest road in America. No joke. There are these signs along the route that say exactly that, almost like they're proud of it. At first, we thought it was cool, like we were these intrepid explorers crossing a wasteland. The novelty wore off real quick, though. It was around 4 in the afternoon, and we hadn't seen another car for at least an hour. The sun was still bright, but starting to sink toward the western horizon. Jack was driving. I was in charge of the music. We were in the middle of discussing whether we should push through to Ely or find somewhere to crash for the night when we spotted a car on the side of the road about half a mile ahead. As we got closer, we could see it was an older sedan, maybe a Buick or something from the 90s, dusty beige with a dented rear bumper. There was a man standing beside it, waving his arms to flag us down. "Should we stop?" Jack asked, already slowing down. I hesitated. We'd both heard those stories about fake breakdowns and highway robberies, but out here, there wasn't another soul for miles. If this guy really was stranded, he could be in serious trouble. "Yeah, I guess we should," I said, "but let's be careful." Jack pulled over about 20 feet ahead of the sedan. We left the engine running just in case. The man approached slowly. He was tall and rail-thin, wearing jeans that hung loose on his frame and a faded flannel shirt despite the heat. His face is what I remember most vividly. Gaunt cheeks, deep-set eyes that seemed too big for his face, and dry, cracked lips. He looked like he hadn't eaten or slept properly in days. "Thanks for stopping," he said when he reached my window. His voice had this strange, raspy quality to it. "Car broke down about an hour ago. Radiator, I think." "That's rough," I replied. "How long have you been out here?" "Long enough." He glanced back at his car. "You boys heading east?" Jack nodded. "Yeah, we're on our way to Ely. Should reach it before dark." "Perfect," the man said, smiling in a way that didn't reach his eyes. "Mind if I catch a ride? I can direct you to a motel there. Good rates." Something about the way he asked made my skin crawl. I looked at Jack, and I could tell he felt it too. The stranger's hands were trembling slightly, and there was an intensity to his stare that set off alarm bells in my head. "We're actually pretty loaded down," I lied. "But we can call someone for you when we reach town. There must be a tow service or something." His expression changed, subtle but unmistakable. His mouth tightened, and those sunken eyes narrowed just slightly. "No cell service out here," he said flatly. "And it's going to be dark soon. You really want to leave me stranded?" "Sorry, man," Jack cut in, his knuckles white on the steering wheel. "We'd help if we could, but we're on a tight schedule. We'll definitely call someone as soon as we get service." The man stepped back from the window, his gaze drifting between us. "You're making a big mistake," he said quietly. "A real big mistake." Jack didn't wait for more. He put the Bronco in drive and pulled away, accelerating quickly back onto the highway. In the side mirror, I watched the man standing motionless on the roadside, staring after us. "That was weird as fuck," I said once we'd put some distance between us. "Yeah," Jack agreed, checking the rearview mirror. "Something was off with that guy, like way off." We drove in silence for a few minutes, both processing the encounter. The road stretched endlessly ahead, the vast Nevada desert spreading out on either side. I tried to shake off the uneasiness, telling myself we'd done the right thing, better safe than sorry, right? About 15 minutes later, Jack nudged my arm. "Dude, look behind us." I turned around and saw headlights in the distance, a single pair too far to make out the vehicle. "Think it's him?" I asked. "Can't be," Jack said. "His car was broken down. Maybe it wasn't really broken. Maybe he was just trying to get us to stop." Jack pressed down on the accelerator, pushing the Bronco to 75 miles per hour. "Let's see what happens." We watched the rearview mirror. The headlights remained visible, maintaining the exact same distance. "Could be anyone," I said, not believing it myself. Jack increased our speed to 85. The headlights stayed the same distance behind us, as if connected to our Bronco by an invisible tether. "That's not possible," Jack muttered. "They should be falling behind or catching up." We kept driving, pushing 90 now, far too fast for this road. The headlights remained unchanged, always there, always the same distance. "This is freaking me out," I admitted. My palms were sweaty, and my heart was hammering in my chest. Jack suddenly slowed down to 50. The headlights slowed too, maintaining that perfect, unchanging gap. "Fuck this," Jack said, his voice tight with fear. He pointed to a narrow gravel road branching off to the right. "We're taking that turn. No way they'll expect it." He swerved onto the unmarked road without slowing down. The Bronco bounced and rattled over the rough surface, dust billowing behind us. We drove for maybe 2 minutes, the road winding between low hills. "See anything?" Jack asked, glancing at the mirror. I turned around. No headlights. I think we lost them. We both let out a breath of relief. The gravel road narrowed further, barely wide enough for the Bronco now. Jack slowed down, navigating careful. "Jack, stop!" I screamed. There, standing in the middle of the road about 50 yards ahead, was the man, the same gaunt man from the stranded car. He stood perfectly still, arms at his sides, staring directly at us. Jack slammed on the brakes. The Bronco skidded on the loose gravel, coming to a stop about 30 yards from the figure. "How the hell?" Jack started. "Turn around," I said, my voice shaking. "Turn around now." Jack shifted into reverse, but before he could move, I saw his face drain of color as he looked in the rearview mirror. "There's headlights behind us," he whispered. I spun around. About 100 yards back at the curve we'd just navigated were the same headlights. We were trapped. Without warning, Jack cranked the wheel and gunned the engine, driving off the road entirely and into the desert. The Bronco lurched violently as it bounced over the uneven terrain, sagebrush scraping the undercarriage. I gripped the dashboard, looking back over my shoulder. The man was gone. The road was empty. Jack drove recklessly across the desert for what felt like hours, but was probably only 20 minutes. Eventually, we found another road, paved this time, and Jack turned onto it without hesitation. We drove in tense silence, jumping at every set of headlights we saw until we reached Ely just after sunset. We pulled into the first motel we saw, a rundown place called the Silver State Inn. The parking lot was well lit, which was all we cared about at that point. We checked in with shaking hands, and I insisted on a second-floor room with a view of the parking lot. I wanted to keep an eye on the Bronco. That night, neither of us slept. We sat by the window, taking turns watching the parking lot, the curtains pulled just enough to see out. We tried to rationalize what had happened. Maybe there was a second person. Maybe there was a shortcut we didn't know about. Maybe we were just exhausted and seeing things. None of the explanations fit. None of them explained how that man could have beaten us to that spot on the road, or how those headlights maintained the same distance no matter how fast or slow we drove. The next morning, we took the Bronco to a local mechanic to check for damage from our off-road escape. While the guy was looking it over, he asked casually, "You boys take the old mine road last night?" "What road?" Jack asked. "That gravel road off Highway 50. Leads to some abandoned mines and an old ghost town. Locals avoid it." I felt cold despite the morning sun. "Why do they avoid it?" The mechanic shrugged. "Just stories. Cars breaking down, people disappearing. You know how these small towns are. Gotta have something to scare the kids with." We cut our trip short after that, made up some excuse about a family emergency and headed straight back to California, taking a different route. We didn't talk much during the drive home, and honestly, we haven't talked much about it since. Some experiences you just can't process together. 3 years later, I still have the same recurring nightmare. I'm driving alone on that endless highway. There's nothing but desert in every direction. And in my rearview mirror, always the same distance behind me, are those headlights. No matter how fast I drive, they never fall behind. No matter how slow I go, they never catch up. But I know, with absolute certainty, that eventually they will, and when they do, I'll see that gaunt face again, with those hollow eyes that have been following me ever since. The strangest part? Sometimes when I'm driving at night, I swear those same headlights appear in my rearview mirror just for a moment before disappearing again, and I can't help wondering, did we really escape that day, or did whatever was on that road simply let us go? Story 7. I still get chills whenever I drive past Briar Road. It's been 3 months since that night, but I can't get myself to sleep through the night anymore. I've been on the force for almost 30 years in Griffin. Just a quiet little town where nothing much happens. Speeding tickets, occasional bar fights, teenagers causing mischief. That's about as exciting as it gets around here, or at least that's what I thought. I was working my last shift before retirement, just a routine night patrol that was supposed to end at midnight, then a little goodbye celebration with the guys at the station. My retirement party was planned for the following weekend. Nothing fancy, just a cookout at my place with colleagues and family. After 3 decades of service, I was ready to hang up my badge and maybe do some fishing, spend more time with my grandkids. It was around 11:15 when the call came through. I remember checking my watch, thinking I'd be heading back to the station soon to finish up paperwork. "Officer Morgan," the dispatcher said. It was Brenda's voice. I'd know it anywhere after working with her for 15 years. "We've got a call from 311 Briar Road. Possible break-in. Can you check it out?" I remember feeling annoyed. A call this late meant paperwork, which meant staying past midnight. But duty is duty, so I acknowledged the call and made a U-turn. I'd never been to that specific address before, but I knew Briar Road. It's on the outskirts of town, where the nice neighborhoods start giving way to older, abandoned properties. As I drove, something felt off. The radio was crackling with static, which wasn't normal for our equipment. I tried adjusting it, but it just got worse, so I turned it off. The night was unusually quiet. No crickets, no distant dogs barking, nothing. Just the sound of my cruiser's engine and the tires on asphalt. When I pulled up to 311 Briar Road, I immediately recognized it as the old Griffin house. Everyone in town knew about it, though nobody ever really talked about it. It had been abandoned for decades. The property was overgrown, with weeds climbing up the fence and tree branches hanging low over the walkway. The house itself was a mess, a once grand 2-story Victorian that was now falling apart. The porch had partially collapsed on one side, several windows were broken, and the paint had long since peeled away. I sat in my car for a moment, confused. Who would report a break-in at an abandoned house? Maybe some teenagers had gone in there on a dare. It wouldn't be the first time kids had broken into an empty building for thrills. I grabbed my flashlight and stepped out of the cruiser. The air felt heavy, like right before a thunderstorm, but the sky was clear. I called in to let dispatch know I had arrived, but all I got was static. Cell service was spotty in this part of town, so I wasn't too concerned. The front gate creaked when I pushed it open. My flashlight beam cut through the darkness as I approached the house, casting long shadows across the overgrown lawn. Every instinct told me to turn around, to call for backup, but I'd never been one to spook easily. Besides, what would I tell them? That an abandoned house gave me the creeps. The front door was already open, not broken, just open, like someone had walked in and forgotten to close it behind them. I announced myself as I stepped inside. "Police. Anyone here?" My voice echoed through the empty halls. The interior was exactly what you'd expect from a house abandoned for decades. Dust covered everything. Furniture was still there, covered in sheets that had once been white but were now gray with age. Wallpaper hung in strips from the walls, and there was a musty smell that caught in my throat. But underneath that mustiness, there was something else, something metallic and familiar that made my stomach turn. Blood. Not fresh, but that smell never quite goes away completely. I swept my flashlight around the entryway and into what must have been the living room. Cobwebs hung from the ceiling, and the floorboards creaked under my weight. I kept calling out, but the only response was my own echo. That's when I heard it. A soft thump from upstairs, like something being set down. I froze, listening. It came again, followed by what sounded like footsteps. "This is the police," I called out again, my hand moving to my holster. "I need you to come downstairs with your hands visible." No response. I approached the staircase at the end of the hall. It looked barely stable, with several steps missing or broken. I tested the first step with my foot. It creaked but held. Slowly, one step at a time, I made my way up, keeping my flashlight beam steady and my other hand on my weapon. At the top of the stairs was a long hallway with 4 doors, 2 on each side. 3 were closed, but the last one on the right was slightly ajar, and there was light coming from inside, not flashlight light. It was steady, like a lamp. That didn't make any sense. This house hadn't had electricity in years. I approached carefully, my boots silent on the dusty floor. Through the crack in the door, I could see what appeared to be a bedroom, but unlike the rest of the house, it looked clean, pristine even. I pushed the door open slowly with my foot. The contrast was jarring. While the hallway behind me was decayed and dusty, this room looked like it was being lived in. The bed was neatly made with a floral quilt. A rocking chair sat by the window with a book open on it. A vanity against one wall held an assortment of perfume bottles and a hairbrush. An oil lamp on the nightstand cast a warm glow across the room, and in the center of the room, with her back to me, stood a woman. She was wearing a pale dress that reached the floor, her dark hair pinned up in an old-fashioned style. "Ma'am," I said, lowering my flashlight, "this house is condemned. You can't be here." She didn't respond or turn around. "Ma'am, I need you to come with me. It's not safe here." Slowly she began to turn. I noticed her movements were stiff, unnatural, and as she turned to face me, I felt the blood drain from my face. Her eyes, God, her eyes. They weren't eyes at all, just empty black pits in her pale face. Her mouth was stretched into a smile that was too wide, too many teeth. It wasn't a human smile. I stumbled back, drawing my weapon instinctively. "Stay back," I shouted. She tilted her head, that horrible smile never faltering. Then she took a step toward me. I fired 3 shots. I know I did. I felt the recoil, heard the deafening cracks in the enclosed space, but the bullets passed right through her as if she were made of smoke. She didn't even flinch. She kept coming toward me, one hand outstretched. I backed up until I hit the hallway wall. My gun slipped from my trembling hands and clattered to the floor. When she touched my face, her fingers were ice cold. Not just cool, but a deep, penetrating cold that seemed to freeze the blood in my veins. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. Her empty eyes stared into mine, and in that moment, I was certain I was going to die. Then, as suddenly as she had appeared, she vanished. One moment she was there, her cold fingers on my cheek, and the next she was gone. The light from the room went out too, plunging the hallway into darkness. I don't remember running down the stairs. I don't remember getting to my car. The next clear memory I have is sitting in my cruiser with the engine running, my hands shaking so badly I could barely grip the steering wheel. I was covered in a cold sweat, and my heart was pounding so hard it hurt. I drove straight back to the station. I needed to report what had happened, needed to make sense of it. When I burst through the doors, Johnson and Rivera were at their desks, looking at me like I'd grown a second head. "Morgan, what happened to you? You look like you've seen a ghost," Johnson said. I told them everything. The call, the house, the woman with the black eyes. They exchanged looks as I spoke, concern growing on their faces. "Morgan," Rivera said gently when I finished, "there was no call to Briar Road tonight." I stared at them. "What? Of course there was. Brenda dispatched me there for a possible break-in." Johnson shook his head. "Brenda's not even on duty tonight. It's Williams on dispatch, and he says he never sent you to Briar Road." They thought I was losing it. Maybe from the stress of retirement, they said. Maybe I'd dozed off in my car and had a nightmare. They even suggested I might have had a minor stroke. I demanded to see the call log. There was nothing. No record of a call from 311 Briar Road. No record of me being dispatched there. According to the system, I should have been patrolling the north side of town, nowhere near Briar Road. The chief was called in. He took one look at me and ordered me to get checked out at the hospital. I refused. Instead, I asked him about the Griffin house. His face changed when I mentioned it. "Why are you asking about that place?" he said. He told me the story then, one I'd somehow never heard despite living in Griffin my whole life. The Griffin family, husband, wife, and 2 children, had been murdered in that house over 50 years ago. They were found in their beds, throats cut. The killer was never caught. The house had been abandoned ever since, with ownership tied up in legal disputes among distant relatives who wanted nothing to do with the property. I turned in my badge that night, didn't even wait for the official retirement. I couldn't do it anymore, not after what I'd seen. The chief tried to talk me out of it, told me to take some time off instead, but my mind was made up. That was 3 months ago. I haven't gone near Briar Road since, though sometimes I dream about that house, about the woman with the black eyes and that terrible smile. I wake up feeling cold, like her fingers are still on my face. I've tried to make sense of it. Maybe it was a hallucination, like the doctors suggested. Maybe it was a prank, though no one has owned up to it. Or maybe it was something else entirely. All I know is that sometimes, late at night, I catch movement out of the corner of my eye, a pale figure standing in the shadows. And sometimes, when the house is quiet, I swear I can hear footsteps on the stairs, coming closer and closer to my bedroom door. Story 8. I've been wanting to get this off my chest for a while now. It's been 4 months since it happened, but I still wake up in cold sweats thinking about it. I don't talk about it much because, well, who would believe me? But I need to tell someone, even if it's just strangers on the internet. I used to work the night shift at a gas station just off Highway 23, about 7 miles outside Pinewood, Michigan. It's a small town where nothing ever happens, which is exactly why I took the job. I've always been more of a loner. I like the quiet, the solitude. Working nights meant minimal human interaction, which suited me just fine. The place itself was pretty run down. The fluorescent lights in the canopy outside flickered constantly, and half the time the open 24 hours sign would glitch out so it just read open hours. The owner was too cheap to replace anything until it completely died. Inside wasn't much better. Yellowing linoleum floors from the 90s, humming vending machines that sometimes ate your money, and that distinct convenience store smell of coffee and cleaning products. My shift was from 10 at night until 6 in the morning. Dave, the day guy, would usually show up around 5:45. We'd do a quick handover, and then I'd be out. Dave was all right. Older guy, probably in his 50s, always had stories about his fishing trips or his grandson's baseball games. I didn't mind our brief overlaps. Anyway, it was the middle of October. Michigan gets cold early, and this night was particularly brutal. The wind was howling so loud it made the windows rattle. It was a Wednesday night, which meant basically no customers. I'd seen maybe 3 people my entire shift: a trucker getting coffee, a college kid buying energy drinks, and some local picking up cigarettes. By 1 in the morning, I was halfway through my second podcast and organizing the candy aisle for the 3rd time. That's when he walked in. The door chimed, and I looked up to see a man in a black hoodie. At first, I thought nothing of it, just another late-night customer. I called out my usual, "Hey there," he asked. His voice was flat, emotionless. "No, sir," I replied, trying to keep my voice steady. "Been pretty quiet tonight." He stared at me for what felt like forever, but was probably just 5 or 6 seconds. "You sure about that? Woman in a dark coat, long hair." I shook my head. "Pretty sure. I've been here all night, and the highway's visible from the windows. Haven't seen anyone walking." He nodded slowly, still staring, then turned without another word and left. I watched him through the window as he walked not toward a car, but directly across the empty parking lot and into the darkness beyond. My heart was racing. Something about the encounter felt deeply wrong. After about 10 minutes of debating with myself, I decided to lock the front door. We weren't supposed to lock up during business hours, but screw it. I'd rather explain to my boss why I locked up than end up as a headline. I tried to distract myself by restocking the coolers, but my mind kept replaying the encounter. Why was he looking for a woman walking along the highway at 1 in the morning? Why did he seem so off? Around 2:30, I was behind the counter scrolling through my phone when I glanced up at our security monitor. My blood went cold. There was someone standing under the canopy lights outside. A woman. She wasn't at the pumps. She wasn't walking toward the store. She was just standing there, facing the building. She wore a dark coat, just like the man had described, and I could see wild, tangled hair whipping around her head in the wind. I squinted at the grainy black and white footage, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. Was this the woman the guy was looking for? Had she been out there all along? I looked up from the monitor and peered through the front windows, trying to get a better look. What I saw then will haunt me until the day I die. When I looked directly at her, she moved, but not like a person moves. It was jerky, unnatural, like someone had filmed her in stop motion. Her head tilted to one side at an impossible angle, and I swear to God, her feet never left the ground. She just glided a few feet closer to the store. I could see her face clearly now under the flickering lights. Her eyes were wide open, unblinking and eerily reflective like an animal's. Her mouth was stretched into this horrific grin that extended too far up her cheeks, and there was something dark smeared across her face and hands that looked disturbingly like blood. I stumbled backward, nearly falling over the stool behind the counter. When I looked back at the monitor, the screen flickered with static for a second, and when it cleared, she was gone, just vanished. I frantically scanned all the camera feeds, the pumps, the side of the building, the back lot. Nothing. She had completely disappeared. I ran to the windows and looked out in every direction. The parking lot was empty. The highway was deserted. There was nowhere she could have gone that quickly without me seeing her. My hands were shaking so badly I dropped my phone twice, trying to call the police. But what was I going to tell them? That a creepy woman was standing outside the gas station, that she moved weird and then disappeared? They'd think I was high or having some kind of breakdown. Instead, I grabbed the flashlight we kept under the counter and a box cutter for protection, then locked myself in the back office. I barricaded the door with a filing cabinet and sat in the corner, alternating between watching the security feed on the small TV in there and staring at the door. The rest of the night was absolute torture. Every creak, every sound of the building settling made me jump. The wind outside seemed to be whispering, and a few times I swear I heard scratching at the back door, but the cameras showed nothing. I didn't come out until I saw the first hints of dawn through the tiny office window. Dave arrived at his usual time, looking confused as hell when I finally emerged from the office, pale and sweating. Jesus, Alex, you look like shit, he said, eyeing the flashlight I was still gripping. I mumbled something about feeling sick and practically ran to my car without doing any of the usual handover tasks. I just needed to get the hell out of there. I called in sick the next day and the day after. On the third day, I quit. No job was worth whatever the hell happened that night. Here's the thing that still bothers me the most. About a week later, I finally worked up the courage to check local news. There was a small article about a man found dead in his car about a quarter mile from the gas station. They estimated he died the night after my shift. The cause of death was listed as undetermined, but the article mentioned strange lacerations and evidence of extreme fear at time of death. The photo they showed of the victim looked exactly like the man in the black hoodie who had come asking about the woman. I still don't know what I saw that night. I don't know if the woman and the man were connected or what would have happened if I'd opened that door. All I know is that I've moved to a different town now, and I only work day shifts. And whenever I drive past a lonely gas station at night, I keep my eyes straight ahead on the road, because sometimes I swear I can see a figure standing motionless under the lights, waiting for someone to notice her. I still can't explain any of it. Sometimes I wonder if I imagined the whole thing, but then I remember the look in her eyes, that impossible grin, and I know whatever was out there that night wasn't human, and I think I was meant to open that door and let her in. Story 9. I still can't believe what happened last Halloween. It's been nearly a year now, and I've only told a couple of people about it because honestly, who would believe me? I've been lurking on this forum for months, reading everyone else's experiences, and I finally worked up the courage to share mine. I need to get this off my chest. I live in a small town in Pennsylvania called Millbrook. It's one of those places where everyone knows everyone, and local legends get passed around like currency. The biggest of these legends revolves around the Anderson house, this old Victorian home sitting on the edge of town that's been abandoned for at least 30 years. The story goes that Mrs. Anderson died there under mysterious circumstances back in the 80s. Some say she went crazy with grief and took her own life. Others say she just wasted away. The house has been empty ever since, slowly decaying, with the town council unable to decide whether to demolish it or preserve it as a historical landmark. Meanwhile, it just sits there, broken windows staring out like empty eye sockets, collecting ghost stories. I'm a junior in high school, and last Halloween, my friends and I were feeling brave, or stupid, depending on how you look at it. We'd heard all the stories about the Anderson house, the usual stuff about lights turning on by themselves, screams in the night, a woman's face appearing in the upstairs window, classic small-town ghost story material. But my friend Sarah swore her older brother had actually seen something when he snuck in there 3 years ago, and she'd been wanting to check it out ever since. So there we were, me, Sarah, Jake, and Emily, standing outside this creepy old house at around 10 o'clock on Halloween night. We'd already done the trick-or-treating thing earlier, ironically dressed as ghosts and zombies, and we'd told our parents we were going to the Halloween bonfire at the school, which technically wasn't a lie. We just didn't mention our detour. The house looked even creepier than usual that night. The moon was nearly full, casting long shadows across the overgrown lawn. The wind had picked up, making the branches of the old oak tree in the front yard scratch against what was left of the siding like fingernails. I remember getting goosebumps just looking at the place. "I don't think we should do this," Emily said, hugging herself. She was always the sensible one. "Don't be such a baby," Jake replied, already heading toward the rusty iron gate. "It's just an old house." Sarah had brought flashlights for everyone, and she handed them out like we were going on some kind of expedition. Mine felt heavy in my hand, and I clicked it on and off nervously. "My brother says the best way in is around back," Sarah said, leading the way. "There's a cellar door that doesn't lock properly." We followed her around the side of the house, our flashlights bobbing in the dark. The grass was knee-high, and I kept imagining things grabbing at my ankles. We found the cellar doors exactly where Sarah said they'd be. 2 slanted wooden doors leading underground, like the entrance to a storm shelter. Jake pulled them open with a creak that seemed to echo forever. The smell hit us first. musty, damp, like old books and rotting wood. Our flashlights revealed a set of crumbling stone steps leading down into darkness. I don't know why, but I volunteered to go first. Maybe I wanted to prove I wasn't scared. I definitely was, though. The cellar was what you'd expect. Concrete floors, cobwebs everywhere, old shelves with dusty mason jars. We moved quickly through it to the wooden stairs leading up to the main house, each step creaking under our weight. The inside of the Anderson house was like stepping back in time. Most of the furniture was still there, covered in dust sheets that looked grey in the beam of our flashlights. The wallpaper was peeling off in long strips, and there were water stains on the ceiling, but you could tell it had once been beautiful. High ceilings, ornate moldings, a grand staircase curving up to the second floor. "Hello," Jake called out, his voice echoing. "Any ghosts home?" "Shut up," Sarah hissed, punching him in the arm. "Don't be disrespectful." We moved through the downstairs rooms, a formal dining room with a chandelier hanging precariously, a sitting room with furniture arranged like the occupants had just stepped out for a moment, a kitchen with ancient appliances. Everything was covered in a thick layer of dust, undisturbed except for the occasional animal tracks. "Let's check upstairs," Sarah suggested, her flashlight beam already illuminating the staircase. I felt a knot forming in my stomach. "Are you sure that's safe? The house is pretty old." "My brother went all the way to the attic," she replied. "The stairs are solid." So up we went, single file, the wooden steps groaning beneath us. The upstairs hallway was long and narrow, with doors leading off on both sides. Family photos still hung on the walls, their glass cloudy with dust. I stopped to look at one, a woman with a kind face holding a little girl, maybe 5 or 6 years old. They were both smiling. It made my skin crawl, knowing they were probably both dead now. "Guys, check this out," Emily called from one of the rooms. We found her standing in what looked like a little girl's bedroom. The walls were painted pale pink, and there was a small bed with a faded quilt. Stuffed animals sat on a shelf, their glass eyes reflecting our flashlights. A music box sat on the dresser. "This must have been the daughter's room," Emily said, her voice hushed. "What daughter?" I asked. I'd never heard about Mrs. Anderson having a child. "Lily," Sarah replied. "Mrs. Anderson had a daughter named Lily. She drowned in the lake when she was 7. That's why Mrs. Anderson went crazy. She couldn't handle the grief." Jake picked up the music box and opened it. To our shock, it actually started playing, a tinkling melody that sounded way too loud in the silent house. "Put that down," I whispered harshly. He closed it, looking sheepish. "Sorry." We continued down the hall, checking the other rooms, a bathroom with rust-stained fixtures, a study with bookshelves lining the walls, and finally, the master bedroom at the end of the hall. I don't know how to explain the feeling I got when we stepped into that room. It was like walking through a sheet of ice water. The air felt heavy, pressing down on us. My flashlight flickered, and I had to bang it against my palm to keep it steady. The room was large, dominated by a 4-poster bed with tattered curtains. A vanity stood against one wall, the mirror cloudy and cracked. There were more photos here, the same woman from downstairs, the same little girl. "This is Mrs. Anderson's room," Sarah whispered, her voice strange and tight. I was about to suggest we leave when the door behind us slammed shut with a bang that made all of us jump. Jake rushed to it, twisting the knob. "It's stuck," he said, his voice rising in panic. He put his shoulder against it and pushed. "It won't open." "Very funny, Jake," Emily said, her voice shaking. "I'm not doing anything. It's really stuck." I joined him at the door, pulling while he pushed. The knob turned, but it was like something was holding the door shut from the other side. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears, and then the temperature in the room dropped. I'm not exaggerating. It went from cool to freezing in seconds. I could see my breath clouding in front of me. The windows rattled in their frames, as if caught in a strong wind, but outside was still. "What's happening?" Emily whispered, backing toward the wall. Our flashlights began to dim, the beams growing weak and yellow. Sarah's went out completely, and she let out a small, frightened sound. "Guys," she said, her voice barely audible. "Look." She was pointing to the vanity mirror. At first, I couldn't see anything besides our own terrified reflections, but then I noticed a sort of mist gathering in the glass, swirling like smoke. It began to take shape, the vague outline of a woman's face. I couldn't move. None of us could. We just stood there, frozen, as the face in the mirror became clearer. It was her, the woman from the photographs, Mrs. Anderson. Her eyes were hollow, her cheeks sunken, but it was definitely her. And then we heard it, a voice so quiet it might have been the wind, except there was no wind inside the house. "Help me." Emily started crying, silent tears streaming down her face. Jake was still at the door, yanking on the handle with increasing desperation. "Help me," the voice came again, louder this time. "Find my daughter." The room grew colder still. Frost began forming on the windows, spreading in delicate patterns across the glass. The vanity mirror cracked with a sound like a gunshot, and Emily screamed. "We need to get out of here," I said, my voice not sounding like my own. "Now." Jake gave the door one last, desperate shove, and suddenly it flew open as if whatever had been holding it had simply let go. We didn't waste any time. We ran, all of us, down the hallway, down the stairs, through the living room, not even bothering with the cellar, but bursting out the front door, which now stood wide open. We didn't stop running until we reached the iron gate at the edge of the property. Only then did we pause, gasping for breath, our lungs burning from the cold air. "What the hell was that?" Jake panted, bent over with his hands on his knees. None of us had an answer. We made our way to the bonfire at the school, but none of us really enjoyed the rest of the night. We didn't talk about what happened, not then, not on the way home, not for days afterward, but I couldn't stop thinking about it, about her, about the voice asking for help, asking to find her daughter. I couldn't shake the image of that face in the mirror, the hollow eyes, the profound sadness. A week after Halloween, I went to the public library and started researching the Anderson family. It wasn't hard to find information. In a town this small, the drowning of a child had been big news. Lily Anderson, age 7, had drowned in Lake Millbrook during a family picnic in the summer of 1978. According to the newspaper articles, her mother Margaret had been watching her 1 minute, and the next, Lily was gone. They found her body 3 hours later. Margaret Anderson was never the same after that. She withdrew from society, rarely leaving the house. Her husband left her a year later, unable to cope with both his grief and his wife's deteriorating mental state. Margaret lived alone in that house for nearly 10 years before she died, not by suicide as the rumors claimed, but from pneumonia. She'd stopped taking care of herself, stopped heating the house in winter. She was found in her bed, surrounded by photos of Lily. The more I read, the more I became convinced that what we had encountered in that house was Margaret Anderson's spirit, still searching for her daughter after all these years, still consumed by grief. I don't know exactly why I decided to go back. Maybe it was because I couldn't stop thinking about the profound sadness in that voice. Maybe it was because I had lost my own mother when I was young, and I knew something about grief. Whatever the reason, when Halloween came around again this year, I found myself standing outside the Anderson house once more. This time, I was alone. I hadn't told my friends what I was planning. They'd all made a pact never to talk about that night, never to go near the house again, but I had to go back. I had brought 2 things with me, a small bouquet of daisies. I'd found in one of the articles that these were Lily's favorite, and a photocopy of a newspaper clipping showing Lily at her 7th birthday party, laughing as she blew out the candles on her cake. The house looked the same as it had a year ago, decrepit, forlorn, forgotten. I used the same route in through the cellar doors, up through the kitchen. The inside was exactly as we'd left it, dust undisturbed, as if no one had entered since us. My heart was pounding as I climbed the stairs, each creak seeming impossibly loud in the silence. I made my way down the hallway, past Lily's pink bedroom, to the master bedroom at the end. The door was closed. I took a deep breath, clutching the flowers and the photo, and turned the knob. The room was cold, but not the bone-chilling cold we'd experienced before. Moonlight filtered through the dirty windows, casting everything in a pale blue glow. I stood in the center of the room and waited. "Mrs. Anderson," I said aloud, my voice shaking slightly. "Margaret, I've come back. I want to help you." For a long moment, nothing happened. Then I felt it, that same sensation of passing through ice water. The temperature dropped further, and the windows began to rattle gently. I forced myself to stand my ground, even as fear threatened to overwhelm me. The air in front of the vanity began to shimmer, like heat rising from pavement in summer. Slowly, a figure took shape, the indistinct outline of a woman in a long nightgown, her hair loose around her shoulders. She wasn't solid, more like a projection made of mist, but I could see her clearly enough. It was her, the woman from the photographs, Margaret Anderson. "Help me," she said, her voice like rustling leaves. "Find my daughter." I stepped forward, my legs trembling beneath me. "I know about Lily," I said, my voice stronger than I expected. "I know what happened to her." I held out the photo, and to my amazement, Margaret's form drifted closer. I could feel the cold intensifying as she approached, but I didn't move. "Lily is at peace," I told her, the words coming from somewhere deep inside me. "She's not lost anymore. She's not suffering, but she can't move on because you're still holding on." Margaret's form wavered, like a candle flame in a draught. I couldn't make out her features clearly, but I sensed her attention fixed on the photo in my hand. "These were her favorite flowers," I said, placing the daisies on the bed. "She loved them because they looked like the sun." Something changed in the room then. The oppressive feeling began to lift, replaced by something warmer. The air around us began to glow with a soft golden light. And then, to my astonishment, the room around us seemed to transform. The dust and decay melted away, replaced by the room as it must have looked decades ago, clean, well-kept, alive. And there, sitting on the bed, was a little girl with pigtails, laughing as she played with a stuffed rabbit. Lily. Not a ghost, not a spirit, but a memory made manifest. Margaret's form drifted toward the child, reaching out with misty hands. The little girl looked up, as if she could see her mother, and smiled, the most radiant, joyful smile I've ever seen. "She's waiting for you," I said quietly. "She has been all along. You don't need to search anymore." The golden light grew stronger, enveloping both figures. Margaret's form became more defined, more solid, her features clearing. For a brief moment, I saw her as she must have been in life, a beautiful woman with kind eyes and a gentle smile. She turned to me, and I felt a wave of gratitude wash over me that wasn't my own. And then, both figures began to fade, the golden light receding with them. The room returned to its decrepit state, but something fundamental had changed. The heaviness, the sense of trapped sorrow that had permeated the house, was gone. I stood there for a long time, trying to process what I'd witnessed. Eventually, I made my way back downstairs and out through the cellar, emerging into the cool October night. As I walked away from the Anderson house, I glanced back over my shoulder. For a brief instant, I thought I saw two figures standing at the upstairs window, a woman and a little girl, hand in hand. Then they were gone. I don't expect anyone to believe my story. I'm not sure I would believe it myself if I hadn't lived it. But I know what I experienced, and I know that something changed in that house that night. Every Halloween since then, I've returned to the Anderson house with daisies. I leave them on the front porch, a small tribute to Lily and to the bond between mother and daughter that was strong enough to bridge the gap between worlds. Some ties, it seems, not even death can break. And sometimes all a restless spirit needs is to know that they're not alone in their grief, that someone, even a stranger, cares enough to listen. Story 10. I never believed in ghosts, not once in my life. When people would tell me stories about things that went bump in the night or shadows that moved on their own, I'd nod politely while thinking they were either seeking attention or had an overactive imagination. I was that guy, the skeptic, the rational one, the science teacher who needed evidence. Well, I got my evidence last summer, and I haven't been the same since. I teach art at Escuela Rafael Cordero, an old public school in San Juan that's been around since the 1930s. The building itself is a piece of history, 3 stories of concrete and plaster that somehow survived countless hurricanes, including Maria, which absolutely devastated parts of our campus. Before it became a regular school, it was specifically for children with visual impairments and severe learning disabilities. The school board kept that part quiet when they reassigned me here 5 years ago. The place has always had a reputation. Students whisper about it, teachers avoid certain hallways, and no one, absolutely no one, stays after dark if they can help it. There are stories about children who died here decades ago, and about a teacher who had a heart attack while teaching and died right in front of her class. I dismissed it all as typical school folklore. Every old school has ghost stories, right? Last June, I was tasked with supervising a summer mural project. The principal thought brightening up the courtyard would improve morale after a rough academic year. I had 5 student volunteers and my teaching assistant, Mariana, helping out. We were making good progress, but the summer heat in Puerto Rico is brutal. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, we were running low on certain paint colors, and I realized I needed more supplies from the art room storage closet in the main building. "I'll be right back," I told Mariana. "Keep them working on the background. Don't let them touch the foreground elements until I return." The main building was eerily quiet. Summer sessions were over for the day, and administrative staff left at 2. The janitors usually came in around 7 in the evening, so the hallways were completely empty. My footsteps echoed against the tile floors as I made my way down the main corridor toward the art room. That's when I first noticed something was off. The building was hot. It always was in summer when they turned the air conditioning off after hours, but the hallway I entered felt suddenly, unnaturally cold. It was that distinct chill that makes the hair on your arms stand up. I remember thinking the maintenance crew must have left the AC running in this section by mistake. As I turned the corner toward the art department, I saw her. About 30 feet ahead of me was a woman sweeping the floor. She was tall and painfully thin, with her black hair pulled back into a severe bun. She wore what looked like a gray uniform dress, the kind our older janitorial staff sometimes wore before they switched to the blue polo shirts and khakis. Her back was to me as she methodically swept the floor, moving dust and debris toward the far end of the hall. I was surprised to see a custodian this early, but I figured maybe they'd changed the schedule. I needed garbage bags for our paint rags, and she might have some. "Excuse me," I called out, walking toward her. "Would you happen to have any spare garbage bags we could use outside?" She didn't respond or turn around. She just kept sweeping, her movements deliberate and rhythmic. As I got closer, I noticed something strange about the sound, or rather, the lack of sound. I could see the broom moving across the floor, but I couldn't hear the bristles scraping against the tile. "Senora?" I tried again, now about 15 feet away. She paused for just a moment, then continued sweeping toward the cleaning closet at the end of the hall. She turned the corner, and I followed, quickening my pace a bit. When I rounded the corner myself, the hallway was empty. The cleaning closet door was there, locked with the same heavy-duty padlock that had been on it for months since the last hurricane damaged that section of the building. The floor was dusty, undisturbed. There were no footprints besides my own. The woman had completely vanished. I stood there, confused, looking up and down the hallway. There were no other doors she could have entered, just classrooms that had been sealed off with caution tape after the ceiling started crumbling. I felt a wave of uneasiness wash over me. The temperature seemed to drop even further. "Carlos, you okay?" I nearly jumped out of my skin. It was Mariana, standing at the other end of the hall. "Jesus Christ, you scared me," I said, my heart pounding. Sorry, she said, walking toward me. The kids were asking about the yellow paint and you were taking a while, so I came to check. She looked at my face and frowned. Are you all right? You look like you've seen a ghost. The irony of her words wasn't lost on me, but I wasn't ready to admit what I thought I'd seen. Did you see anyone else in the building? A custodian, maybe? Tall woman, hair in a bun? Mariana looked at me strangely. No, we're the only ones here. The cleaning crew doesn't come until evening. She was just here, I insisted, pointing down the hall, sweeping. I followed her to this closet, and then she was gone. A look of concern crossed Mariana's face. Carlos, I was at the other end of this hallway for at least a minute before I called out to you. There was nobody here but you, standing in front of that closet, looking confused. That's when I felt it, a primal fear so intense that my eyes watered and my body started trembling. I'm not a small man, but in that moment I felt tiny and vulnerable, like a child. It wasn't just fear of what I'd seen. It was fear of what it meant. Everything I'd believed about reality was suddenly in question. Let's get the supplies and go back outside, Mariana suggested gently, clearly worried about my state of mind. I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. We retrieved what we needed from the art room and returned to the courtyard, where the students were waiting. I went through the motions for the rest of the afternoon, but my mind was elsewhere, replaying what I'd seen or thought I'd seen over and over. That evening, I couldn't sleep. I kept seeing the woman's slender figure, the methodical movement of the broom, the way she'd simply vanished. I told myself there had to be a rational explanation. Maybe she ducked into a classroom I hadn't noticed. Maybe she had a key to the closet and had quickly locked it behind her. Maybe I was overworked and my mind was playing tricks on me. But deep down, I knew what I'd seen. The next day, I arrived at school early. I needed to investigate that hallway in daylight, to reassure myself that I'd missed something obvious. As I walked the path I'd taken the day before, I noticed something I hadn't before. An old black and white photograph hanging on the wall. It was a group photo of the school staff from 1958, according to the plaque beneath it. I'd passed this photo hundreds of times, but had never really looked at it. My blood ran cold as my eyes fixed on a face in the back row. It was her, the woman I'd seen sweeping. Same severe hairstyle, same gaunt features, same distant expression. The caption identified her as Elena Vasquez, head custodian from 1941 to 1962. The school was sold to new owners after Hurricane Maria caused too much damage for the education department to justify repairs. They've been slowly renovating it to turn it into a community arts center while allowing classes to continue in the undamaged sections. I decided to speak with them about what I'd experienced. When I approached Mr. Ayala, one of the new co-owners, his reaction wasn't what I expected. Instead of dismissing me, he nodded knowingly. We've been researching the building's history extensively, he told me. This place has stories, Professor. So many stories. He invited me to his office and showed me a collection of photographs they'd gathered for a historical display they were planning. There were images of the school from various eras, including several from when it was an institute for visually impaired children. We found these in an old filing cabinet in the basement, he explained. The previous administration didn't seem interested in preserving the school's history, but we think it's important. Among the photographs was a larger version of the one I'd seen in the hallway, along with several others featuring the same woman, Elena Vasquez. In one, she stood proudly next to a young boy who was holding what appeared to be an art project. Elena worked here for over 20 years, Mr. Ayala said. According to the records we found, she was especially protective of the children with disabilities. She had a son with Down syndrome who attended the school. Where did you find that group photograph that's hanging in the hallway? I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. We found it in storage and hung it up last month, he replied. Right where it used to hang decades ago, according to the older maintenance staff. The hair on my arms stood up. How do you know where it used to hang? Mr. Ayala smiled. There was a faded rectangle on the wall where no sun had hit for years. Perfect outline of the frame. We thought it fitting to put it back in its original spot. That spot was exactly where I had first seen the woman with the broom. I left Mr. Ayala's office with more questions than answers. Was it possible that I had somehow seen the ghost of Elena Vasquez still performing her duties decades after her death? Had the photograph triggered some kind of residual energy? It's been 3 months since my encounter with the broom lady, as I've come to call her. I still teach at the school, but I no longer stay after hours if I can help it. I've become one of those teachers who makes sure to leave before sunset, who jumps at unexpected sounds in empty hallways. Sometimes, when I'm alone in my classroom preparing for the next day, I feel a cold spot move past me, or catch a glimpse of movement in my peripheral vision. I don't turn to look anymore. I don't want to see her again. I used to roll my eyes when other teachers would tell me about strange experiences they'd had in the building, disembodied voices, items moving on their own, the feeling of being watched. Now, I listen. I believe them. I'm still trying to process what happened that day. I still don't know exactly what I saw or how to explain it, but I know it was real. As real as the goosebumps that rise on my skin every time I pass that photograph in the hallway. As real as the sound of a broom sweeping that I sometimes hear when I know I'm alone in the building. Whatever was there that day, whatever part of Elena Vasquez remains in that school, she made a believer out of me. And sometimes, late at night when I can't sleep, I wonder, what was she trying to tell me? Story 11. I never believed in the paranormal. I was always the rational one, the friend who'd explain away the bumps in the night with logical reasoning. That changed last month. I'm still trying to make sense of what happened, what's still happening in my home. I need to write this down. Maybe someone out there has experienced something similar and can help me understand. I've lived in Raven Creek for about 3 years now. It's your typical small town. Everybody knows everybody. A single main street with all the essentials and that comforting quietness that comes with rural living. I bought my house because it was affordable and charming. A little 2-bedroom cottage at the edge of town with a view of the nearby forest. Nothing about it seemed unusual or off-putting. The previous owners were an elderly couple who moved to Florida to be closer to their grandkids. The first incident happened exactly 26 days ago. I remember because it was my birthday, and I'd spent the evening alone with a glass of wine and a movie. Nothing excessive, just a quiet celebration by myself. I went to bed around 11:30, feeling content and relaxed. I woke up at exactly 3:17 according to my bedside clock. At first, I thought I heard something, maybe a creak or a thud somewhere in the house. Living alone, you become hyper-aware of unusual sounds. I lay there for a minute, listening, but heard nothing else. That's when I noticed something in my peripheral vision, near my bedroom door. When I turned to look directly at it, there was nothing there. But when I looked away, it reappeared in the corner of my eye, a dark shape, about my height, or maybe a bit shorter, standing perfectly still. My first thought was that my mind was playing tricks on me. Maybe it was just my bathrobe hanging on the door hook, or shadows from the trees outside my window. But when I turned on my bedside lamp, there was nothing there that could explain what I was seeing. I convinced myself it was just tiredness and went back to sleep, but the uneasiness lingered until morning. 3 nights later, it happened again. This time I was in my living room, watching late-night TV. The same dark figure appeared in my peripheral vision, standing in the hallway leading to my bedroom. When I turned to look at it directly, it vanished. But I could still feel a presence, like someone was watching me. That night, I noticed something about the figure that sent chills down my spine. Where its hands should have been, there were just stumps, like someone had erased its hands, or it wasn't fully formed. It wasn't gory or bloody, just incomplete, like a poorly rendered computer image. Over the next week, this figure appeared almost nightly, always in darkness, always just out of direct sight, always standing completely still and silent. I started sleeping with the lights on, which seemed to keep it away, but that's not exactly a long-term solution. Then, around 2 weeks ago, the second one appeared. I was in my kitchen making dinner. It was already dark outside, and I had only the stove light on as I chopped vegetables. That familiar prickling sensation of being watched crept up my neck, and when I glanced toward the kitchen doorway from the corner of my eye, I saw it. This one was different, unnaturally tall, almost touching my 7-foot ceiling. It wore what looked like a hat, wide-brimmed and old-fashioned, and its body was covered in what my brain could only process as a black gimp suit. I know that sounds ridiculous, but that's the only way I can describe it. It was like a skin-tight covering made of the same inky darkness that surrounded it. The presence of this second entity was much more intense. The air around it felt thick and heavy, making it difficult to breathe. The temperature seemed to drop several degrees. Unlike the first figure, which just created a sense of being observed, this one generated raw fear. I dropped the knife I was holding and ran out of the kitchen, turning on every light in my house. I called my friend Jessica that night, but I couldn't bring myself to tell her what was happening. What would I even say? Hey, I have 2 shadow people living in my house now. She'd think I was losing my mind. Maybe I am. I've tried researching online. Shadow people is apparently the term for what I'm experiencing. Some websites suggest it's a form of sleep paralysis or hypnagogic hallucination, but I'm wide awake during these encounters. I can move, speak, and function normally. There's just these things watching me from the darkness. Last week, things escalated. I woke up around 2 in the morning to use the bathroom. As I walked down the hallway, I saw both figures. The shorter one with no hands standing at the end of the hall, and the tall one with the hat standing in my living room. For the first time, they were both present simultaneously, and I could see them both in my peripheral vision. I froze, unsure of what to do. Running back to my bedroom seemed pointless. They hadn't actually done anything threatening yet, so I continued to the bathroom, feeling their presence intensify as I passed between them. The bathroom light flickered when I turned it on, something it had never done before. I quickly did what I needed to do, keeping my eyes fixed straight ahead, trying not to look for the shadows in my peripheral vision, but I could feel them waiting just outside. When I opened the bathroom door, the hallway was pitch black. I distinctly remembered leaving the hall light on. As I reached for the switch, my hand brushed against something cold. Not solid exactly, but not air either. It felt like putting my hand into gelatin, but frigid and somehow alive. I yanked my hand back and fumbled for the light switch, flicking it on. The hallway was empty, but as I walked back to my bedroom, that oppressive feeling followed me, like a heavy blanket being slowly draped over my shoulders. The next morning, I noticed 3 long, thin scratches on my arm where my hand had touched the cold substance. They weren't deep, barely broke the skin, but they formed a perfect parallel pattern that couldn't have been accidental. I've started keeping a journal of the appearances. The shorter one with no hands shows up almost nightly now, usually around the same time, between 3 and 4 in the morning. It never moves, never makes a sound, it just watches. The taller one is less frequent but more intense. It appears maybe twice a week, usually when I'm alone in a dark or dimly lit room. Unlike the first one, it sometimes seems to shift position when I'm not looking directly at it, as if it's moving closer. I tried setting up a camera in my hallway where they frequently appear, but the recordings show nothing unusual. I've checked for gas leaks, carbon monoxide, black mold, anything that could cause hallucinations. Everything came back normal. 3 nights ago, I woke up feeling like I couldn't breathe. The tall figure was standing at the foot of my bed, not in my peripheral vision this time, but directly in my line of sight. It was solid black, absorbing all the dim light from my bedside clock. The hat on its head seemed to merge with the ceiling shadows, making it look even taller than before. For several seconds I couldn't move, not because I was paralyzed, but from sheer terror. Then it slowly raised one arm and pointed at me. I screamed and switched on my lamp, and it vanished instantly. I spent the rest of the night in my car. Yesterday I went to see my doctor. I didn't tell her everything, just that I was experiencing visual disturbances and anxiety. She ran some basic tests, checked my eyes, asked about my sleep patterns and stress levels. Everything was normal. She suggested I might be experiencing migraine auras without the headache, or possibly stress-induced hallucinations, and recommended I see a therapist. Maybe that would be the rational explanation. Stress, overwork, isolation in a small town. But it doesn't explain the scratches on my arm, or the cold spot in my hallway, or the way my lights flicker when these entities are present. Last night was the worst so far. I fell asleep on my couch with the TV on, hoping the light and noise would keep them away. I woke up around 2:30 to find my TV off and the room pitch black. The shorter figure was standing by my bookshelf, and for the first time it wasn't in my peripheral vision. It was directly in front of me, visible even in the darkness because it was somehow darker than the darkness around it. Its arms ended at the wrists, those disturbing stumps where hands should be hanging limply at its sides. And though it had no discernible face, I could feel it staring at me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. Then I heard breathing, not mine. Heavy, ragged breathing coming from behind me. I didn't need to turn around to know the tall one was there too. The air in the room became thick, almost gelatinous. My ears popped as if the air pressure had suddenly changed. The temperature plummeted until I could see my breath forming clouds in front of my face. Then the shorter figure took a step toward me, the first time I'd ever seen either of them move. Its movement wasn't fluid like a human's, it was jerky and unnatural, like stop-motion animation. It took another step and another, moving closer to where I lay, frozen on the couch. I wanted to scream, to run, to do anything, but my body wouldn't respond. The breathing behind me grew louder, more labored, as if the tall entity was getting excited by what was happening. When the handless figure was just a foot away from me, it stopped. It stood there, swaying slightly, that featureless head tilted as if in curiosity. Then, slowly, one of its stumps began to rise toward my face. That's when my fight-or-flight response finally kicked in. I rolled off the couch, away from both entities, and scrambled to the light switch. When the lights came on, they were gone, but the room remained freezing cold for hours. I haven't slept since then. It's been over 24 hours. I'm writing this now because I don't know what else to do. I can't tell my friends or family. They'll think I'm having a mental breakdown. Maybe I am, but the scratches on my arm are real. The cold spots in my house are real. The fear is definitely real. It's getting dark outside now. I've turned on every light in the house, but I know that won't keep them away forever. The electricity bill is going to be outrageous, but that's the least of my concerns right now. I need to know what these things want, why they're here. If anyone has experienced something similar or knows what I'm dealing with, please help me. I don't think I can handle another night like last night. They're getting bolder, moving, interacting, and somehow I know they're just getting started. Story 12. I still don't know how to explain what happened to me about 3 months ago, and it's been driving me crazy ever since. I've never been the type to believe in ghosts or anything supernatural, but this experience has seriously messed with my head. My fiancée and I were staying at her parents' house in Riverside for the weekend. We'd been up late the night before. I think we were binge-watching some show until the early hours. I remember finally crawling into bed around 6 in the morning, completely exhausted. My fiancée fell asleep almost instantly, but I was in that weird state where you're tired, but your brain won't shut off. I must have finally dozed off because the next thing I remember was being half awake around 8 or 9 that morning. You know that state where you're not fully conscious but still aware of what's happening around you. I was exactly there, groggy and desperately wanting to stay asleep, but somehow still processing sounds and movements. I could clearly hear my mother-in-law talking to my father-in-law in the hallway outside our bedroom door. They were discussing something about going grocery shopping and stopping by her sister's place afterward. Their voices weren't particularly loud, but in that early morning quiet, I could make out most of their conversation. I heard them mention something about being back around noon. Then I heard footsteps approaching our bedroom door, followed by the distinct sound of the door handle turning and the door slowly creaking open. I was facing away from the door, curled up on my side with my fiancée sleeping next to me. I was so tired that I couldn't even bring myself to roll over to see who it was, but I just assumed it was my mother-in-law checking on us before they left. My eyes were barely open, just enough to make out blurry shapes in the dim room. The curtains were drawn, but some morning light filtered through, giving everything this hazy, dreamlike quality. I could see a foggy female figure moving around at the foot of the bed. Again, I just assumed it was my mother-in-law. What happened next is what I still can't make sense of. I felt a hand gently grab my foot that was sticking out from under the blanket. The touch was soft and warm, almost like someone giving a gentle massage. The fingers wrapped around my foot and squeezed it slightly in this caring, affectionate way. It was such a strange gesture, especially coming from my mother-in-law, who isn't typically the touchy-feely type. I remember actually chuckling a bit in my half-asleep state, thinking, that's weird, she's never done that before. The touch continued for maybe 5 or 10 seconds. It wasn't uncomfortable or threatening. If anything, it felt reassuring, like when someone checks on you when you're sick. Still, it was odd enough that I instinctively pulled my foot away and rolled over slightly. That's when everything changed. As I moved, I suddenly became fully alert. You know, that sudden jolt into consciousness. In that moment of clarity, I realized the room was completely empty. There was nobody standing at the foot of our bed. The door was closed. My fiancée was still fast asleep beside me, her breathing deep and regular. But I could still feel the lingering sensation of those fingers on my foot, the gentle pressure that had been there just seconds before. I sat up in bed, heart starting to race as I tried to make sense of what had just happened. Had I dreamed the whole thing? No, I was certain I'd been at least partially awake. I'd heard my in-laws talking, heard the door open, seen the figure, and most convincingly, I'd felt that touch on my foot. It was too real, too physical to have been a dream. I grabbed my phone from the nightstand and checked the time. 9:15. My fiancée stirred slightly but didn't wake up. I needed to figure out what was going on, so I quietly got out of bed and pulled on a t-shirt and sweatpants. The house was silent as I walked down the hallway to the living room. No one was there. I checked the kitchen. Empty. The garage door was open and both my in-laws' cars were gone. They had definitely left the house. I went back to the living room and sat on the couch, trying to process what had happened. Had my mother-in-law come into our room, touched my foot and then left with her husband? That didn't make any sense. Why would she do that, and why wouldn't she say anything? I tried to rationalize it. Maybe I had dozed off again and dreamed the foot grab after hearing them leave, but it had felt so real. The weight of the hand, the gentle pressure of the fingers, the warmth. I could still feel the sensation, like a phantom touch. I ended up turning on the TV to distract myself, but I couldn't focus on anything. My mind kept replaying those moments over and over. Eventually, my fiancée woke up and joined me, completely unaware of my internal freakout. I didn't mention anything to her. I didn't want her to think I was losing it. Around noon, just as I'd heard them say, my in-laws returned. They came in carrying grocery bags, chatting about their morning. I helped them unpack the groceries, trying to act normal while my mind was racing. Finally, when my father-in-law went outside to get more bags from the car, I casually asked my mother-in-law, "Hey, did you come into our room before you left this morning?" The way her face changed when I asked that question sent chills down my spine. She stopped what she was doing and looked at me with this expression of concern mixed with something else. Fear, maybe? She slowly said, "I only opened the door for a second to turn off the TV you guys left on. I didn't actually come in. Why do you ask?" I tried to play it cool. "Oh, nothing really. I thought I heard someone in the room this morning and I felt like someone touched my foot. I was half asleep though, so I probably imagined it." That's when things got even weirder. My mother-in-law set down the can she was holding and lowered her voice. That's strange. I've actually experienced similar things in this house. My stomach dropped. What do you mean? She looked around, as if making sure no one else was listening, even though it was just us in the kitchen. Sometimes I hear someone calling my name, in voices that sound exactly like my family members. But when I respond or go to find them, they either didn't call me or aren't even home. She went on to describe other incidents, objects being moved, footsteps when no one was there, the feeling of being watched. She'd never mentioned any of this before, and they'd been living in this house for over 15 years. We don't really talk about it, she said. My husband thinks it's just old house noises or my imagination, but there's been too many times where I can't explain what happened. I nodded, trying to process this new information while also feeling relieved that I wasn't alone in my experience. But then she asked me something that made my blood run cold. Did you recognize who it was? The figure you saw? I shook my head. No, it was blurry. I just assumed it was you. She looked at me intently. And you felt it touch your foot? What did it feel like? It was gentle, I said, remembering the sensation. Almost caring, like someone checking on me. It didn't feel threatening at all. My mother-in-law nodded slowly. That's good. That's very good. Before I could ask what she meant by that, my father-in-law came back in with more groceries, and the conversation ended, but her reaction had disturbed me. The way she'd asked those questions, the relief in her voice when I said the presence hadn't felt threatening. It was like she knew something more but wasn't saying it. After that conversation, I became hyper-aware of every sound and movement in that house. I found myself lying awake at night, listening for footsteps or voices, but nothing else happened during our stay. The thing that really freaked me out, though, was my first thought after the incident. For some reason, I was convinced it might have been a deceased family member checking on me. I don't know why that idea popped into my head. I'm not usually superstitious, but it felt so strong that I immediately called my grandparents when I had a private moment, just to make sure they were okay. Thankfully, they were all fine, but the fact that my mind went there still disturbs me. What puzzles me most about this whole experience is that during the actual moment, I felt no fear, none at all. If anything, I felt comforted by the touch. It wasn't until afterward, when I realized no one had been there, that the fear set in. And even now, thinking back on it, I can't shake the feeling that whatever or whoever it was meant me no harm. The touch had been so caring, so gentle, like someone looking after me. I've tried researching similar experiences online, but nothing quite matches what happened to me. My fiancé thinks I was just in that weird space between sleeping and waking, where your brain can play tricks on you. Maybe she's right. But that doesn't explain the physical sensation of fingers wrapped around my foot, a sensation so real that I can still feel it sometimes when I think about that morning. I haven't been back to my in-laws' house since then. We've made excuses for why we can't visit, and my fiancé is starting to get suspicious. I haven't told her the whole story yet, just that I had a weird dream there. I don't know how to explain to her that I'm afraid of going back. Not because I think something will harm me, but because I'm afraid of confirming that what happened was real. Sometimes I wonder if the house itself is somehow significant, or if there's something about me that made this entity, or whatever it was, reach out. Was it trying to communicate something? Was it just curious? Or am I completely overthinking a half-dream that my brain turned into something more? I don't know if I'll ever have answers, but I do know that the next time we visit my in-laws, I'll be keeping my feet firmly under the blankets, just in case. Story 13. I've debated for months whether to share this. Even typing it makes my hands shake, like whatever happened might somehow sense I'm talking about it. I guess I just need to tell someone who might believe me. I grew up in Lakeside, one of those towns so small it barely exists on maps. My mom and I lived in my grandmother's old house after she died. I never met her, but Mom always described her as eccentric. That was her polite way of saying Grandma was into some weird stuff. The house itself was about 2 miles outside town, surrounded by pine trees that made it feel cut off from everything else. It was this huge Victorian-style place with creaky floors and drafty hallways. Mom never changed anything after Grandma died, said it would be disrespectful, but I think she was just avoiding the work. So we lived with all this ancient furniture, weird paintings of people I didn't know, and these small carved wooden figures that I swear changed positions sometimes. But the basement, God, the basement was the worst. It had a dirt floor that always felt damp no matter the season. The walls were old stone, and it smelled like wet earth and something metallic I could never place. Mom kept a single bulb hanging from the ceiling that cast this dim yellow light that didn't reach the corners. And then there was the mirror. It stood propped against the far wall. This massive thing about 6 feet tall with a frame made of dark wood, carved with symbols I couldn't read. The glass itself looked cloudy, like it had a thin layer of smoke trapped inside. Mom had one rule that she was absolutely strict about. Never, ever touch the mirror. Not even to clean it. Not even to look at it up close. I was 13 when everything happened, and I'd managed to follow that rule my whole life. But I'd always felt watched when I was in the basement. Like the mirror was paying attention to me somehow. Sometimes I'd catch my reflection in it when I had to go down for something, and it always felt off. Like there was this tiny delay between my movements and what I saw reflected back. Just a fraction of a second, but enough to notice. Mom worked as a night nurse at Lakeside Community Hospital, which meant every third weekend she'd be gone overnight. I was old enough to stay home alone, and I usually just watched TV or read until falling asleep. But this particular Saturday in October, I remember because the Halloween decorations were already up in town. I couldn't sleep. My mind kept drifting to the basement, to the mirror. It was almost 1 in the morning when I finally gave in. I told myself I was being stupid, that it was just an old mirror, and my mom was just superstitious. What harm could looking at it do? I grabbed my phone for its flashlight and headed down the creaking stairs to the basement. The single bulb cast that sickly yellow light across the dirt floor. The air felt heavier than usual, almost like walking through water. I approached the mirror slowly, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. Up close, I could see how old it really was. The frame had these carvings that looked like a mix of letters and pictures. Nothing I recognized. Some looked like trees with too many branches, others like eyes with multiple pupils. I stood about 3 feet away, just staring at my reflection. At first, nothing seemed that unusual beyond how dirty and cloudy the glass was. My reflection looked like me, pale face, brown hair hanging past my shoulders, blue pajamas. But the longer I stared, the more I noticed something was wrong. When I tilted my head, my reflection did too, but just slightly too late. When I raised my hand, there was this tiny lag before my reflection followed. It was subtle, but definite. And then I saw it. Behind my reflection, just over my shoulder, was something else. A figure. It was tall and thin, unnaturally so, like someone had stretched a person out. I couldn't make out features clearly through the cloudy glass, but I could see it was watching me, just standing there. I spun around, heart racing, but nothing was behind me, just the empty basement with its dirt floor and stone walls. When I turned back to the mirror, the figure had moved closer to my reflection. It now stood right behind the reflected me, its head almost touching my reflection's shoulder. I wanted to run. God, I wanted to run so badly, but I felt frozen, unable to look away. And then the worst part happened. My reflection started to smile, a slow, spreading smile that didn't match my terrified expression. I wasn't smiling, I was barely breathing. But my reflection's lips were curling up in this knowing grin that made my stomach twist. Then it raised its hand, my reflection did, and placed its palm flat against the inside of the glass, like it was testing the boundary. Like it was trying to push through. I stumbled backward, tripping over my own feet and falling hard onto the dirt floor. My phone clattered away, the flashlight beam spinning across the walls. For a second, Just a split second, I thought I saw multiple shadows cast from that single light, as if there were several people standing in the room with me. I scrambled up, grabbed my phone, and ran. I didn't stop running until I was in my bedroom with the door locked. I pushed my desk in front of it, then huddled in bed with all the lights on until morning. I didn't sleep at all. When Mom got home around 7, I was still awake, still terrified. I broke down as soon as I saw her. Through tears, I told her everything. About going to the mirror, what I'd seen in the reflection, the figure, the smile, the hand against the glass. I expected her to be angry that I'd broken her one rule. Instead, she turned this horrible shade of white. She sat down heavily at our kitchen table, her hands shaking as she tried to light a cigarette, something I'd never seen her do before. "It happened to her too," Mom finally said, her voice barely above a whisper. She told me that my grandmother had found the mirror at an estate sale when Mom was about my age. At first, Grandma had been fascinated by its historical value, but soon she became obsessed with it. She'd spend hours in the basement talking to someone that nobody else could see. She started keeping journals full of writings that made no sense, symbols like the ones on the frame mixed with English words. Mom said that in the weeks before Grandma died, she'd become convinced that she had made contact with the other side. She told Mom that there were worlds layered on top of ours, separated only by thin boundaries, and that the mirror was a window between them. After she died, Mom continued, I tried to get rid of it. I smashed it once, took a hammer to it. The next morning it was whole again. I tried to sell it, donate it, even buried it once in the woods. It always came back, always intact. I've been afraid of what might happen if I tried anything more drastic. I begged her for us to move, to get away from the house and the mirror. She agreed immediately. Within a week, we had packed our essential belongings and moved into an apartment in town. We left most of Grandma's old furniture behind. Mom listed the house with a realtor, but warned them not to let anyone go into the basement alone. As far as I know, the house is still for sale 3 years later. No one wants to buy a place so isolated, with so many strange features. At least that's what Mom says when I ask about it. But here's the thing. I don't think whatever was in that mirror stayed in the house. Sometimes, when I catch my reflection unexpectedly, in a store window, a computer screen when it's turned off, even just in our bathroom mirror, something feels wrong. Sometimes my reflection looks like it's watching me rather than reflecting me. And sometimes, just sometimes, when I'm not smiling, my reflection is, I've never told Mom about this. I don't want her to worry or think I'm becoming obsessed like Grandma was. But I've started avoiding mirrors when I can. I get dressed without looking at myself. I keep the bathroom lights off when I brush my teeth, because I swear something followed us from that house. Something that waits behind the glass, watching. Sometimes at night, I wake up feeling like someone is standing next to my bed, but when I open my eyes, nobody's there. But if I glance at my mirror, just for a second, I think I can see a figure reflected in it. Tall and thin, standing right where I felt the presence. I don't know what my grandmother contacted through that mirror. I don't know what my reflection really is anymore. But I know one thing. Some boundaries aren't meant to be crossed. Some rules exist for a reason, and I should never, ever have looked in that mirror. Story 14. I still can't sleep with the lights off. It's been 3 weeks since everything happened, and I keep replaying it all in my head, wondering if I should have just left well enough alone. But I guess I'm getting ahead of myself. My wife Jessica and I had spent 5 years crammed into a tiny apartment downtown. We both worked from home most days, and we were constantly tripping over each other in that shoebox. When we finally saved enough for a down payment, we started looking for something with actual breathing room. That's when we found the house. This massive Victorian on the edge of town, built in 1892 according to the listing. It was way under our budget, which should have been our first clue something wasn't right, but we were too excited about the space. 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, a proper dining room, and all that character you just don't get in newer builds. The woodwork alone made Jessica squeal when we first toured it. The real estate agent kept emphasizing the historical significance and original features, but glossed over questions about why the previous owners had left. Downsizing, she said vaguely, not meeting my eyes. I should have pressed harder. We moved in on a Saturday in October. The whole day felt off. It was unseasonably cold, and halfway through unloading the truck, this weird fog rolled in. Our friends who were helping us kept joking about us moving into a haunted house, and I laughed along, even though something about the place made the hair on my neck stand up. It wasn't the creaky floors or the way the pipes clanged. Old houses make noise. It was the attic door at the end of the upstairs hallway. Something about it just felt wrong. It was painted shut around the edges, and there was a heavy padlock on it that seemed much newer than anything else in the house. Probably just storage, Jessica said when I pointed it out. We can check it out once we're settled, but I couldn't stop looking at it. Even that first night, lying in bed surrounded by unpacked boxes, I found myself thinking about what might be behind that door. The first week was busy with unpacking and setting up our home offices. I didn't sleep well, but blamed it on the new environment. Then on the 8th night, I woke up around 3 in the morning. The house was completely silent, except it wasn't. There was this faint sound, like someone dragging their fingernails against the inside of the walls. I sat up, straining to hear. Jessica was out cold beside me. She could sleep through anything. I convinced myself it was just the house settling, or maybe mice in the walls. We'd need to call an exterminator anyway. The next night, I heard it again. But this time, beneath the scratching, I could make out something that sounded disturbingly like whispering. Not words exactly, just the cadence of hushed voices. I got up and followed the sound down the hallway, stopping in front of the attic door. The whispering seemed to be coming from behind it. I tried mentioning it to Jessica over breakfast. "Did you hear anything weird last night?" She looked at me over her coffee. "Like what?" "I don't know. Like whispering?" She laughed. "Babe, you've always been a light sleeper. It's an old house. Old houses make noise." I wanted to believe her, I really did. But the third night, the whispering was louder, and this time I heard my name. "John, John, help us." I nearly fell out of bed. It wasn't just in my head. It was clear as day, a woman's voice, soft but urgent. I shook Jessica awake. "Jess, did you hear that?" She groaned. "Hear what?" "It's the middle of the night, John. Someone's in the house. I heard someone say my name." She sat up then, concerned but skeptical. We checked every room together, finding nothing out of place. No broken windows, no jimmied locks. When we got to the attic door, I stopped. "It came from up there. I'm sure of it." Jessica touched my arm. "The door's locked, John. Nobody's up there." I pressed my ear to the wood. Silence. "See," she said. "Let's go back to bed. You were probably dreaming." But I wasn't dreaming, and the next night was worse. The scratching started around midnight, more frantic than before. The whispers followed, multiple voices now, though one was more distinct than the others. A woman sounding desperate. "John, please, find me." I got out of bed, heart pounding. Jessica didn't stir. I grabbed my phone for the flashlight and made my way to the attic door. The whispers grew louder as I approached. I tugged at the padlock, confirming it was still secure. "Who are you?" I whispered back. "Help me. Trapped. So long." A cold draft swept past me in the hallway. Despite all the windows being closed, I ran back to our bedroom where Jessica slept peacefully. The next day I searched the house for the key to the padlock while Jessica was out grocery shopping. I found it in the back of a kitchen drawer, small and tarnished. I held it, knowing I should just throw it away, but I couldn't. I slipped it into my pocket instead. That night at dinner, I asked Jessica, "Don't you think we should check out the attic, see what's up there?" She looked puzzled. "What's with you in the attic? We've got plenty of other spaces to organize first." "I just want to know what's up there." "Storage, John. Probably just old junk the previous owners didn't want. We'll get to it eventually." But I couldn't wait. The voice kept calling me, night after night. "John, help me. Find me." I started researching the house's history online. It had changed hands multiple times in recent years, never staying with one family for more than 18 months. Before that, it had belonged to the same family for decades, the Millers. I found a few old newspaper clippings mentioning the house, including one from 1926 about a woman named Clara Miller who had gone missing. The article was brief, suggesting she had run off with a lover. A week later, Jessica left to visit her sister for the weekend. As soon as her car pulled out of the driveway, I took the key from where I'd hidden it in my desk. The whispering started as soon as the sun went down, more insistent than ever. "John, tonight, please." I stood in front of the attic door, key in hand. My heart was racing so fast I could barely breathe. Part of me knew this was insane. Part of me wanted to pack a bag and leave this house forever. But I had to know. The padlock clicked open. The door resisted at first, the painted edges cracking as I pushed. A rush of stale air hit my face as it swung inward, revealing a narrow staircase disappearing into darkness. I turned on my phone flashlight and began climbing. The stairs creaked under my weight, and the whispering grew louder with each step. The air felt heavy, pressing down on me from all sides. The attic was larger than I expected, with a sloped ceiling and a small round window at one end. The beam of my flashlight caught dust motes swirling in the air. There were a few pieces of old furniture covered in sheets, some cardboard boxes, and in the center of the room, a trunk, an old steamer trunk, the kind people used for transatlantic voyages a century ago. It was the only thing in the attic that wasn't covered in dust. The whispering had stopped. The silence felt even more oppressive as I approached the trunk. It wasn't locked. My hands were shaking as I lifted the lid. Inside were women's clothes, carefully folded, dresses and blouses in styles from the 1920s. Beneath them were bundles of letters tied with faded ribbon and a small leather-bound book, and at the bottom, a framed photograph. It was a black and white portrait of a young woman in her 20s, wearing a high-necked dress. Her face had been scratched out of the image, violent gouges in the paper where her features should have been. "Clara," I whispered, somehow knowing. The whispering returned, right beside my ear. "You found me?" A gust of freezing air extinguished my phone light, plunging the attic into darkness. I fumbled to turn it back on, but my fingers were suddenly numb with cold. Something brushed against my neck, not like a bug or a cobweb, but like fingers. Human fingers, ice cold and deliberate. Then a hand gripped my shoulder, hard enough to bruise. I screamed and stumbled backward, dropping my phone. It clattered across the floor, the light flashing briefly before going out again. In that split second of illumination, I saw her. A woman in an old-fashioned dress, her face a blur of shadow and motion, standing where no one had been a moment before. I scrambled down the stairs, tripping and nearly falling in my panic. The attic door slammed behind me with such force that a picture fell off the hallway wall. I ran to our bedroom and locked myself in, my entire body shaking. I spent the night with all the lights on, jumping at every creak and groan of the house. The next morning I forced myself to go back upstairs. The attic door was still closed, but the padlock lay open on the floor. I couldn't bring myself to go back up there. Instead, I grabbed the book I'd dropped in my panic, Clara's journal. Her entries started in 1925. She wrote about her husband Edward's increasing jealousy and controlling behavior, how he accused her of infidelity, how he started locking her in the house when he went out. The entries became more frantic over time, describing how she heard whispering in the walls, how shadows moved in the corners of her vision. The final entry, dated March 10, 1926, simply read, "He knows I tried to leave. He's coming up the stairs. God help me." I was still reading when Jessica came home Sunday evening. She found me at the kitchen table, surrounded by Clara's journal and the letters I'd taken from the trunk. The letters were from a man named Thomas, planning an escape with Clara. "What is all this?" Jessica asked, setting down her suitcase. I told her everything, the whispers, the attic, Clara. She listened with growing concern. "John, this isn't healthy. You haven't slept in days, have you? You don't believe me. I believe you found some old stuff in the attic. The rest? John, maybe we should talk to someone, a therapist." "I'm not crazy, Jess. Clara is still here. Something happened to her in this house. Jessica picked up the journal. So this woman disappeared in 1926, and you think her ghost is talking to you? John, listen to yourself. Before I could respond, a crash came from upstairs. We both looked up at the ceiling. Stay here, I said, already heading for the stairs. John, wait. But I was already halfway up the staircase. The attic door was wide open, and icy air poured out into the hallway. Jessica came up behind me, grabbing my arm. What the hell? We both stared at the open door. The whispering started again, louder than ever, multiple voices overlapping. Jessica's grip on my arm tightened. You hear it now, don't you? I asked. She nodded, her face pale. What are they saying? I stepped toward the door. They're saying we need to help her. What happened next still doesn't make sense to me. I remember climbing the attic stairs again, Jessica reluctantly following. The trunk was open, clothes strewn around it. The photograph of Clara lay on the floor, but now her face was visible, a young woman with sad eyes and a hesitant smile. I felt drawn to the far corner of the attic, where the ceiling sloped down to meet the floor. Something compelled me to press against a section of the wall. It gave way, revealing a small hidden space. Inside were bones, human bones, small enough to be a woman's, and a wedding ring. Oh my God, Jessica whispered. John, we need to call the police. But before we could move, the temperature in the attic plummeted. The whispers rose to a crescendo, and Clara appeared before us, not as a shadow or a blur, but as a full apparition, her form transparent but distinct. Her eyes locked with mine, filled with decades of pain and loneliness. You found me, she said, her voice clear for the first time. Thank you. She looked past us to the hidden space, her expression shifting from sorrow to something like peace. Then she faded, dissolving like smoke in sunlight. The oppressive feeling that had filled the house since we moved in suddenly lifted. The police came. They took the bones, took statements, took Clara's journal as evidence. The story made the local paper, century-old murder solved. Edward Miller had reported his wife missing, claimed she'd run off with a lover. No one had suspected he'd killed her and hidden her body in their own home. We couldn't stay after that. We sold the house 3 months later, taking a loss just to be rid of it. We're in another apartment now, looking for a new house, something built in this century, with no history, no attic. But sometimes, even here, I wake up in the night thinking I hear whispering, not threatening or desperate anymore, just a gentle thank you, drifting through my dreams. Clara, finally at rest. I hope so anyway, because I still can't shake the feeling that something followed us from that house. Something that isn't Clara, something that was hiding behind her all along, using her to get what it wanted. And some nights, when Jessica is asleep beside me, I could swear I hear scratching in the walls again. Story 15. Ivy never really talked about what happened in my grandmother's house, mainly because I don't think anyone would believe me. Even now, 20 years later, I get chills thinking about that place. But I need to get this off my chest because it's been eating away at me for too long. When I was 11, my mom and I moved in with my grandmother after my parents divorced. The house was this massive Victorian thing built in the 1920s, all creaky floorboards and weird angles. It was in this old neighborhood where all the houses looked like they belonged in horror movies. You know the type: weathered wood siding, peeling paint, windows that seemed to follow you with invisible eyes. The sleeping arrangements were weird from the start. My mom took her old childhood bedroom, which left me with two options: the dusty, freezing attic space or sharing a room with my grandmother. Being young and afraid of being alone upstairs, I chose my grandmother's room. That decision still haunts me. Grandma's bedroom was at the end of a long hallway on the ground floor. It was enormous, with high ceilings and these heavy dark curtains that blocked out every bit of light. She insisted on keeping it pitch black at night. No night lights, no crack in the curtains, nothing. She claimed it helped her sleep, but it just made me terrified. I had a twin bed pushed against the wall opposite my grandmother's antique four-poster. Between our beds stood this massive, ornate mirror that had belonged to my great-grandmother. It was one of those old-fashioned ones with a heavy wooden frame carved with flowers and vines. I hated that mirror. Even during the day, it seemed to reflect more shadows than light. The first night I spent in that room, I couldn't sleep. The darkness was so complete that I couldn't even see my hand in front of my face. My grandmother fell asleep immediately, her soft snores filling the room while I lay rigid under the covers. That's when I first noticed it, a darker patch of black in the corner of the room. At first I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. How could anything be darker than the pitch blackness already surrounding me? But it was. It was like a void, a piece of nothingness taking up space in our world. I pulled the covers over my head and eventually fell asleep from exhaustion. I convinced myself it was just my imagination. But the next night it was there again, and this time I was sure it had the shape of a person, a tall, broad figure just sitting in the corner, watching. I couldn't make out any features, just this black silhouette, darker than the darkness around it. I wanted to wake my grandmother, but she had made it clear that she didn't tolerate being disturbed once she went to bed. Night after night, I'd see the figure. Sometimes it would stay in the corner. Other times, I'd wake up in the middle of the night, and it would be standing at the foot of my bed. The worst was when it moved. It never walked like a normal person. It sort of glided with no sound at all, no footsteps, no breathing, just this silent black mass shifting positions in the room. I started sleeping with my head under the blankets, sweating and panicking until I passed out from fear and exhaustion. My grades started slipping at school because I was so tired all the time. My mom noticed the dark circles under my eyes but chalked it up to the stress of the divorce and the move. No one believed there was anything wrong with the house. Then came the night everything changed. It was the middle of winter, maybe January or February, the kind of cold that seeps into your bones. I woke up around 3 in the morning needing to use the bathroom. Usually I'd hold it until morning rather than get out of bed, but this time I couldn't wait. I slowly pulled back the covers, heart pounding in my chest. The room was its usual impenetrable black. I swung my feet to the floor, feeling the cold hard wood under my toes. That's when I felt it. A coldness that wasn't just the winter chill. It was like putting my feet into ice water, a cold that burned. I froze, unable to move. I could feel something right next to me, close enough that if I reached out my hand, I'd touch it. The air around me felt heavy, pressurized, like being deep underwater. And there was this smell, like wet dirt and something metallic, like old pennies. Then I saw it. Even in the darkness, I could make out its shape because it was darker than everything else. It was standing right beside my bed, looming over me. I couldn't see a face, just this black mass where a head should be. It was so close I could feel the cold radiating off it. I screamed. I screamed louder than I've ever screamed in my life. The thing moved backward, not like walking, but like it was being pulled. It moved straight toward the mirror between the beds. I watched in horror as it seemed to get sucked into the glass surface. The mirror shuddered on the wall and then came crashing down, shattering across the floor with an explosive sound that seemed to shake the whole house. The light flicked on. My grandmother stood by the switch, her face twisted with anger and concern. "What in God's name are you doing, Natalie?" she demanded, looking at the broken mirror and then at me. I tried to explain through my sobs what had happened. The dark figure, how it had been watching me for weeks, how it had just disappeared into the mirror. My grandmother's face changed from concern to something harder as I spoke. "That's enough," she cut me off. "You had a nightmare and broke my mother's mirror. That's all that happened here." "But I saw it," I insisted, still shaking. "It was right here, and then it went into the mirror." My grandmother cleaned up the glass, lips pressed into a thin line. She didn't speak to me for the rest of the night. The next morning, she told my mother I had episodes during the night and suggested I might need to see someone. My mom looked worried but didn't push it. No one believed me. And without the mirror, The dark figure seemed to retreat for a while. I started to wonder if maybe they were right, if maybe I had dreamed the whole thing. But then something even stranger happened. About a week after the mirror incident, I woke up in the middle of the night and saw something floating above my bed. Not the dark figure this time, but something enormous and white, a massive, ghostly pirate ship with billowing sails and intricate rigging. It glowed with this milky white light that somehow didn't illuminate the rest of the room. I could see every detail, the wooden planks of the deck, the tiny cannons along its sides, even a small figure at the helm. I didn't scream this time. I just lay there, frozen in wonder and fear, watching this impossible thing hovering above me. After what felt like hours but was probably just minutes, it faded away like mist. I didn't tell anyone about the ship. After the mirror incident, I knew they wouldn't believe me. I just added it to the growing list of horrors in that house that only I seemed to see. Finally, after a few more weeks of terror, I broke down completely. I refused to sleep in my grandmother's room anymore. I threw such a fit that my mom finally relented and moved me into her old childhood bedroom upstairs. I thought things would get better. They didn't. The new room had its own problems. The door would open on its own in the middle of the night. I'd wake up to find it standing wide open, the dark hallway beyond like a gaping mouth. I'd get up to close it, heart pounding, only to have it swing open again as soon as I got back into bed. Then there were the footsteps. Every night around 2 in the morning, I'd hear someone walking up and down the upstairs hallway. Heavy footsteps, like a man wearing boots. They'd start at the top of the stairs and walk slowly past my door, all the way to the end of the hall where there was nothing but a linen closet. Then they'd turn around and walk back. Sometimes they'd stop right outside my door, and I'd lie there holding my breath, praying whatever it was wouldn't come in. I tried to tell my mom about it once. She stayed up with me one night to prove there was nothing there. Of course, that was the one night when nothing happened. The footsteps never came. The door stayed closed. My mom gave me that pitying look in the morning and suggested again that maybe I needed to talk to someone about my anxiety. The only person who ever believed me was my best friend, Amber. She came for a sleepover one Friday night when my mom and grandmother were having a ladies' night out. We were alone in the house, watching movies in the living room, when we both heard the footsteps upstairs, clear as day, thump, 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 moving across the ceiling above us. Amber's eyes went wide. "What's that?" she whispered. "That's what I've been trying to tell everyone about," I said, relief flooding through me that finally someone else could hear it. We sat frozen, listening as the footsteps moved from one end of the upstairs to the other, and then back again. Then the downstairs hallway light, which we'd left on, flickered and went out. A second later, we heard the front door unlock and swing open. Just swing open on its own, like someone invisible had walked in. Amber grabbed my arm so hard her nails left marks. We both screamed when we heard the footsteps on the stairs, coming down now, heading toward the living room where we sat. We ran. We ran out the back door and all the way to her house 6 blocks away, not stopping once. Amber never came over again after that. She wouldn't even talk about what happened. It wasn't until years later that I learned about the house's history. My mom finally told me after we'd moved out, like it was safe to discuss it once we were away from there. The house had been a flower shop in the 1930s, run by an elderly couple and their adult son. One winter night, the old man had apparently gone insane. He'd taken a knife from the kitchen and stabbed his wife and son while they slept, then cut his own throat. They were found days later when customers came wondering why the shop wasn't open. The kicker? The bedroom where they died was my grandmother's room, the one I'd been sleeping in when I first saw the dark figure. But the strangest revelation came when my mom was helping my grandmother redecorate that room after I'd moved upstairs. They were stripping the old wallpaper and discovered an even older layer underneath. Hand-painted scenes of pirate ships, ship after ship, sailing across the walls of the room. My mum went pale when she saw them. Later, she confessed something to me. When she was a child sleeping in that room, she too had seen a ghostly pirate ship floating above her bed. I had never told her about my experience with the ship. She had never told me about hers, yet somehow we'd both seen the exact same impossible thing, decades apart. We moved out of that house after my uncle died there during a visit. Heart attack, they said, natural causes, but I remember the look on his face when they found him, pure terror. The paranormal activity had gotten worse after his death. Things would disappear from where we'd left them and show up in strange places. My hairbrush in the freezer, my grandmother's reading glasses buried in a potted plant. We'd wake up to find all the cupboards in the kitchen standing open, or all the pictures on the walls turned upside down. The final straw was when we started waking up every morning to find the front door wide open, regardless of how many locks we put on it. Whatever was in that house, it was coming and going as it pleased. I still drive past that old house sometimes. New families have moved in over the years. None of them stay longer than a year or two. I sometimes wonder if I should warn them, tell them what waits in the darkness of that place. But who would believe me? I barely believe it myself sometimes. But then I remember the black figure, darker than darkness itself, and I know it was real. Whatever was in that house, it's still there, watching, waiting. And sometimes, on cold nights, I still dream of that ghostly pirate ship sailing silently above me as I sleep. Story 16. This happened when I was 20, during what should have been a peaceful weekend at my parents' house in Millfield. It's a small town where nothing ever happens, the kind of place where everyone knows everyone, and the biggest news is usually someone's cow getting loose. I grew up in that house, knew every creaky floorboard and drafty window, at least I thought I did. My parents were away at my cousin's wedding in Vermont. They'd been gone since Thursday, and I was enjoying having the house to myself for the weekend. Friday night had been uneventful. I ordered pizza, played some video games, and fell asleep on the couch watching old horror movies. The irony isn't lost on me now. Saturday started off normal. I slept in until around 11 in the morning, made some breakfast, and spent most of the day just lounging around. As evening approached, I heated up some leftovers and settled in for another night of gaming. That's when everything changed. It was around 9 o'clock when I first heard it, a distinct knocking sound coming from upstairs. 3 knocks, evenly spaced. Tap, tap, tap. At first, I didn't think much of it. Our house was old, built in the 1970s, and it made all kinds of noises. Pipes knocking, wood expanding and contracting. Normal house stuff, you know. I paused my game and listened. Nothing. I shrugged it off and went back to playing. About 10 minutes later, I heard it again. Tap, tap, tap. This time it seemed to come from a different part of the house, like it had moved from my parents' bedroom to the hallway. I remember feeling a slight chill run down my spine, but I still tried to rationalize it. Old houses make weird noises, right? But then it happened a third time, and something about it felt deliberate. It wasn't random creaking or the house settling. It had a rhythm, a purpose. Tap, tap, tap. Now it sounded like it was coming from the wall right behind me. I muted the TV and turned around. The wall separated the living room from the kitchen. I got up and walked into the kitchen, half expecting to see something, though I didn't know what. The kitchen was empty, just as I'd left it. Dirty plate in the sink, half-empty can of soda on the counter. Normal. I checked my phone. 9:37 p.m. I decided to text my friend Jake to see if he wanted to come over. I didn't want to admit it, but the house was starting to feel off. Jake replied that he was at his girlfriend's place for the night. Great. I went back to my game, trying to ignore the uneasiness that had settled over me. For about 20 minutes, everything was quiet. I started to relax, telling myself I was being stupid. Then, the knocking returned. This time it came from the ceiling, right above my head. Tap, 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 then silence, tap, tap, tap. Then again, but now from the front hallway. It was like whatever was making the sound was moving around the house, getting closer to me. My heart was racing now. I stood up, grabbing the baseball bat I'd left by the couch from when Jake and I had been tossing a ball around in the backyard earlier that week. "Hello?" I called out, immediately feeling stupid. Of course, no one would answer. I was alone in the house. But then why did I feel like someone was watching me? The knocking stopped. The silence that followed was somehow worse than the noise. I stood there, bat gripped tight in my sweaty hands, straining to hear anything. Then my phone buzzed. I nearly jumped out of my skin. It was my mom checking in on me. I answered with shaky hands. "Everything's fine," I lied. I didn't want to worry her or sound like a scared little kid. We chatted for a few minutes about the wedding, and I started to feel better. The house was quiet, and talking to my mom made everything seem normal again. After we hung up, I decided to check the doors and windows. Everything was locked up tight. I even went upstairs to look around, turning on every light as I went. Nothing seemed out of place in any of the bedrooms or the bathroom. I started to feel silly for getting so worked up. It was just after 10 o'clock when I went back downstairs. I decided to make some microwave popcorn and watch a comedy. Definitely not another horror movie. As the popcorn was cooking, I heard it again. Tap, tap, tap. This time it came from the basement door. Our basement was nothing special, just a concrete space where we kept the washer, dryer, and some storage boxes. The door to it was in the kitchen, always kept closed because it was drafty down there. But as I turned to look, I realized with a jolt that the door was wide open. I froze, the hair on my arms standing up. I always kept that door closed. Even when I did laundry, I shut it behind me because it creeped me out down there. There was no way I had left it open. Tap, tap, tap. The sound was coming from inside the basement now, echoing up the stairs. I should have run. I should have grabbed my keys and gotten the hell out of there. But instead, I did what every idiot in a horror movie does. I walked toward the sound, with the baseball bat clutched in my right hand and my phone in my left, ready to call 911. I approached the open door. The basement light was off, and the stairway descended into darkness. My hand found the light switch on the wall, and I flicked it on. The bare bulb illuminated the wooden stairs, but the angle meant I couldn't see the entire basement from where I stood, just the bottom of the stairs and a small portion of the concrete floor. "Is anyone down there?" I called out, my voice cracking. Silence. I took one step down, then another. The stairs creaked under my weight. I was about halfway down when I saw it. At the bottom of the stairs, facing the far wall, was a small, hunched figure. It was motionless, about the size of a child, but something about its proportions was wrong. Its arms seemed too long, hanging down past what should have been its knees. It was wearing what looked like dirty, ragged clothes. My breath caught in my throat. I couldn't move, couldn't speak. The figure stood completely still, its back to me, face toward the wall. Then, slowly, it began to turn. I don't know what came over me in that moment. Fear, self-preservation, pure animal instinct, but I scrambled back up those stairs faster than I've ever moved in my life. As I reached the top, I caught a glimpse of its face starting to come into view. Grayish skin, hollow sockets where eyes should be, and yellow teeth in a mouth that was opening far too wide. I slammed the basement door shut and turned the lock, then backed away until I hit the opposite wall. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. With trembling fingers, I dialed 911. The dispatcher tried to keep me calm as I blurted out what I'd seen. She assured me officers were on their way and told me to leave the house if I could. I ran to the front door, but as I reached for the handle, the knocking started again. Tap, 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 from the basement door. Tap, 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 from the living room wall. Tap, tap, tap. Now from the front door I was about to open, I jerked my hand back like I'd been burned. The knocking was everywhere now, coming from all around me, inside the walls, above the ceiling, beneath the floors. Tap, 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 in perfect rhythm, like multiple hands all knocking in unison. I retreated to the kitchen, as far from the basement door as possible while still being able to see the front door. The dispatcher was still on the line, asking me questions I barely registered. All I could focus on was the knocking, which had grown louder, more insistent. Then, as suddenly as it had started, it stopped. Complete silence fell over the house. Even the normal sounds of the refrigerator humming or the heating system running seemed to have gone quiet. It was like the whole world was holding its breath. The basement doorknob began to turn slowly, the lock clicking as it retracted. I watched, paralyzed with fear, as the door began to inch open. A sliver of darkness appeared between the door and frame. Red and blue lights suddenly flashed through the front windows, and I heard car doors slamming outside. The police had arrived. The basement door immediately stopped moving, frozen with just that tiny crack open. I ran to the front door and flung it open, nearly collapsing into the arms of the first officer to reach the porch. They took me to a squad car while 4 officers entered the house, guns drawn. I sat shivering in the back seat, watching as they turned on every light in the house. 20 minutes later, one of the officers came out to talk to me. They'd found nothing, no sign of forced entry, no evidence anyone had been in the basement. The officer suggested it might have been a raccoon or some other animal that had somehow gotten in. Another suggested I might have been half asleep and experiencing a hypnagogic hallucination. I nodded along, not believing any of it but too exhausted and frightened to argue. They offered to take me somewhere else for the night, but stupidly, I decided to stay. They did a final sweep of the house, closed and locked the basement door, and left me with instructions to call if anything else happened. After they left, I pushed the couch against the basement door, turned on every light in the house, and sat up all night with the baseball bat across my lap. I didn't hear the knocking again that night, but I swear I could feel something watching me, waiting. When morning finally came, I packed a bag and drove straight to my friend Jake's place. I didn't go back to the house until my parents returned on Monday. I never told my parents what happened. What would I say? That I saw some kind of monster in our basement? That invisible hands were knocking on the walls? They'd think I was on drugs or having a mental breakdown. But I know what I saw. And sometimes, when I visit my parents and the house gets quiet at night, I can hear it again. Faint, distant, but unmistakable. Tap, tap, tap. I never stay at that house alone anymore. Whatever was there that night, I think it's still waiting for me, and I don't ever want to find out what happens if I let it get any closer than it did. Story 17. I still can't sleep properly. It's been 3 weeks since my trip from New Mexico to Oregon, and I keep waking up in cold sweats thinking I'm back on that road. I need to write this down somewhere, just to convince myself I'm not losing my mind. I'm a freelance photographer, and I've been doing a lot of landscape work recently. My latest gig required me to drive from Santa Fe to Portland, and I was actually excited about the trip. I love driving solo. Just me, my camera gear, some good music, and the open road. I had planned the route meticulously. I-25 north to Wyoming, then west on I-80, eventually connecting to I-84 into Oregon. Simple enough. I left Santa Fe early on a Tuesday morning, planning to make it to southern Idaho by nightfall. The first 8 hours of driving were completely normal. I stopped for gas, grabbed some snacks, took a few photos of the landscape when something caught my eye. Normal road trip stuff. It was around 4 in the afternoon when things went sideways. I was somewhere in northern Nevada, having made good time. The GPS signal had been spotty for about 20 minutes, which wasn't surprising given how remote the area was. I was getting a bit bored with the interstate, and when I spotted an exit that seemed to offer a scenic route, I decided to take it. There wasn't much signage, just a weathered green sign indicating a state highway. The map on my phone showed it would eventually reconnect with I-80 about 70 miles up the road. I figured it would be a nice change of pace, maybe offer some good photo opportunities of the Nevada desert. The moment I turned onto that road, something felt wrong. The pavement was cracked and uneven, with weeds growing through the fractures. That wasn't particularly unusual for a back road, but what struck me as odd was how quickly the landscape changed. Within minutes, the wide-open desert scenery gave way to dense pine trees on both sides of the road, pressing in close. I don't know a ton about Nevada geography, but this sudden forest seemed completely out of place. I remember checking my GPS, but the signal was completely gone now. No problem, I thought. Just follow the road until it hits the interstate again. But as I drove deeper, an uneasy feeling settled in my gut. I hadn't seen another car since turning off the main highway, and the forest was getting denser, the road narrower. About 20 minutes in, I came across an abandoned car on the side of the road, an old Buick from maybe the 80s or 90s. Its windows were smashed and it was covered in rust and pine needles like it had been there for years. What really freaked me out was the spray paint across its trunk, "Turn back" in large, messy red letters. I slowed down as I passed it, my heart rate picking up. I told myself it was probably just some local kids messing around. But deep down, I knew something was wrong. The rational part of my brain was screaming at me to turn around, but a weird combination of curiosity and stubbornness kept me going forward. The road began to twist and turn through the trees, and I noticed the sunlight was fading much faster than it should have. I checked the time, only 4:45, but it looked like twilight already. The dense canopy overhead blocked most of the light, creating an eerie green gloom. I switched on my headlights. That's when I saw the first figure. Just a glimpse in my peripheral vision. Something tall and dark at the edge of the trees. When I turned to look directly, nothing was there. I wrote it off as my imagination, fueled by the creepy environment and that abandoned car. But then I saw another one, this time directly ahead, standing just off the road. It was human-shaped, but wrong somehow. Too tall, too thin, and completely motionless. As my headlights swept over it, it seemed to step backward into the trees, disappearing from view. "Fuck this," I remember saying out loud in the car. I started looking for a place to turn around, but the road had narrowed, with steep ditches on both sides. I would need to find a wider section or some kind of turnout. I kept driving, faster now, scanning for any place to turn around. That's when I noticed tiny lights deep in the forest on both sides of the road. At first, I thought they might be reflections of my headlights on animal eyes, but they were steady and didn't reflect. They glowed with their own pale blue light, and they were moving, keeping pace with my car. My hands were sweaty on the steering wheel. I cranked up the heat even though it was a mild day. I couldn't stop shivering. I tried the radio to break the silence, but all I got was static on every station. After what felt like an eternity but was probably only 10 more minutes, I saw something ahead that made me slow down. Lights, actual electric lights, warm and yellow, not like the cold blue ones in the forest. It was a building set back from the road, a motel with a flickering neon sign that read, "Paradise Motel." I was massively relieved to see signs of civilization. I pulled into the gravel parking lot, noticing there were no other cars present. The motel was clearly old, probably built in the 50s, a single-story L-shaped building with maybe 12 rooms total. The paint was peeling and several of the windows were boarded up, but the office lights were on. I parked directly in front of the office and sat in my car for a minute, debating what to do. Part of me was desperate for human contact, for directions back to the main highway. Another part was screaming that something was very wrong with this place. In the end, the need for directions won out. The office door creaked when I pushed it open. A small bell jingled, but no one came to the desk. The place smelled musty, like old paper and mildew. Behind the counter was a pegboard with room keys, most of them still hanging there. A guest register lay open on the desk, along with a large, leather-bound book that looked out of place. "Hello?" I called out. No answer. I waited a couple of minutes, then leaned over the counter to get a better look at the guest register. The last entry was dated October 12th, 1987. My skin crawled. I took out my phone, still no service, and now the battery was down to 15%, even though it had been nearly full when I turned onto this road. I was about to leave when the leather book caught my eye again. I reached for it, telling myself I was just going to move it aside to see if there was a map or something underneath. But once I touched it, I felt compelled to open it. It was a journal. The first entry was dated June 8, 1952. Found this motel after taking wrong turn off Route 40. Strange forest, strange people watching from trees. Need to leave at first light. The next entry was from a different handwriting, dated August 19, 1955. Car broke down on this road, walked to motel, no phone, working. Desk clerk disappeared after showing me to room. Saw figures outside my window all night. They just stood there, watching. Entry after entry, different handwritings, different years, spanning decades, all describing the same thing. A road that shouldn't exist, watching figures in the forest, the Paradise Motel, and desperate attempts to escape. The last entry was from just 2 years ago. They only let you find the motel when they want you to. The road isn't real. It exists between places, between times. If you see this, run. Don't wait until dark. They come inside after dark. I dropped the book like it had burned me. Looking out the office window, I realized with horror that it was now completely dark outside. Not dusk, not twilight, but the absolute darkness that only comes in the dead of night. My watch still said 5:15 p.m. I ran for the door, yanking it open and sprinting to my car. The blue lights I'd seen in the forest were now in the parking lot. Dozens of them, bobbing gently like lanterns held by invisible hands. As I fumbled with my keys, I saw them more clearly. They weren't just lights, they were somehow faces too, with hollow eyes and gaping mouths, floating several feet off the ground. I got my car started and peeled out of the parking lot, tires throwing gravel. In my rearview mirror, I could see the lights streaming out of the forest and following me down the road. I drove like a madman, taking curves way too fast, the steering wheel slippery in my sweating hands. The road seemed to go on forever, with no sign of the interstate, no signs of any kind, just endless forest and darkness. Then I saw him, a man standing in the middle of the road, waving his arms frantically. I slammed on the brakes, skidding to a stop just feet from him. He rushed to my driver's side window, his eyes wild, his clothes dirty and torn. "You need to get off this road," he shouted, glancing nervously over his shoulder. "It's not a real road. None of this is real." "How do I get back?" I yelled through the glass. "You have to believe it's not real," he said, his eyes desperate. "The road only exists because you believe it does. You have to." He stopped mid-sentence, his face freezing in terror as he looked past me into the forest. Before I could turn to see what he was looking at, he took off running into the trees on the other side of the road. In my rearview mirror, the blue lights were gaining on me, moving much faster now. I floored it, the engine of my Honda Civic screaming in protest. The man's words echoed in my head. The road isn't real. It sounded insane, but nothing about this experience was making sense. So as I drove, I started repeating to myself, this road doesn't exist. I'm on Interstate 80. This road isn't real. Over and over, like a mantra, even as the blue lights got closer, even as shapes began to materialize around them. Tall, impossibly thin figures moving with a jerky, unnatural gait. This road isn't real. I'm on Interstate 80. This road doesn't exist. I don't know how long I drove like that, repeating those words with my foot pressing the gas pedal to the floor. Time seemed meaningless, but suddenly the dense forest began to thin out, the pavement beneath my tires smoothed. The darkness ahead began to break, showing stars and a normal night sky. And then, just like that, I was on a regular highway, not I-80, but a normal 2-lane state highway with proper lane markings and reflectors. My headlights illuminated a green sign, Winnemucca 15 miles. I was shaking so badly I had to pull over. I sat on the shoulder for maybe 20 minutes, trying to process what had just happened. When I finally got myself together enough to drive again, I headed straight for Winnemucca, not stopping until I reached a brightly lit gas station on the outskirts of town. The attendant was an older man with kind eyes. When I walked in, I must have looked like hell because he immediately asked if I was okay. "I got lost," was all I could manage to say. "On some back road." He nodded slowly, a strange look crossing his face. "People get lost on those old roads sometimes," he said quietly. "Some never find their way back." I wanted to ask him what he meant, to tell him about the Paradise Motel and the journal and the figures in the forest, but something in his expression stopped me, like he already knew, like he'd heard it all before. I bought some coffee, got back on I-80, and drove straight through to Portland without stopping except for gas. I haven't told anyone else about what happened. Who would believe me? Sometimes I don't even believe it myself, but I know what I saw, and I know that somewhere out there, that road is waiting. Not on any map, not in any normal place, but somewhere in between, and sometimes, when I'm falling asleep, I can still see those blue lights in the darkness, getting closer and closer. Story 18. I've never told this story online before. It's been almost a year, and I still break into cold sweats thinking about it. My therapist says writing it down might help, so here goes nothing. I'm a pretty normal guy from Columbus, Ohio, never believed in supernatural stuff, always had logical explanations for weird things. That changed last summer. I've always loved road trips. There's something about the freedom of the open road that clears my head. After a rough breakup and some drama at work, I decided to drive out to Big Sur in California. I needed the escape, you know? Just me, my trusty Honda Civic, and 3 weeks of vacation time. I packed light, some clothes, my camera, camping gear, and way too many snacks. The first few days were exactly what I needed. I stuck mostly to the interstate, making good time across Illinois and into Missouri. But interstates get boring fast, so on day 3, I decided to take some scenic routes. That's when everything went to shit. I turned off I-70 somewhere in central Missouri onto this state highway that wound through dense forests. The trees were beautiful, tall oaks creating these tunnels of shade. My GPS signal kept cutting in and out, but I wasn't worried. I had an actual paper map, old school I know, and figured I'd eventually connect back to a main road. After about 2 hours on this winding road, I noticed my gas gauge dipping toward empty. Rookie mistake. I should have filled up before leaving the interstate. I started getting that anxious feeling in my gut, scanning the roadside for any sign of civilization. Just when I was about to turn around, I spotted a weathered wooden sign. Millbrook, 5 miles, gas, food, lodging. Thank God, I thought. I slowed down and followed the turnoff toward this town I'd never heard of. The road narrowed immediately, deteriorating into a patchwork of cracked asphalt and gravel. The trees seemed to close in, branches forming a canopy that dimmed the afternoon light. Something felt off, but I needed gas, so I kept going. When I rolled into Millbrook, the silence hit me first. No people walking around, no cars moving, nothing. Just empty streets lined with buildings that looked like they hadn't been maintained since the 80s. Faded signs hung from storefronts with peeling paint. Windows were grimy or boarded up. The whole place had this heavy feeling, like the air itself was thicker somehow. I crawled down what must have been the main street looking for a gas station, finally spotted one at the far end, an ancient-looking place with a single pump and a small convenience store. The sign just said gas in faded red letters. No brand name, no prices listed. I pulled up to the pump anyway, desperate at this point. The pump looked like something from the 50s. No credit card reader, just a mechanical dial and an old-style nozzle. I tried the handle, but nothing happened. Great. I figured I'd have to prepay inside. The convenience store door creaked when I pushed it open. Inside, it was dimly lit and smelled musty, like old cardboard and something rotten. Dusty shelves held ancient-looking products, cans with faded labels, packages of food brands I didn't recognize. Everything looked like it had been sitting there for decades. "Hello?" I called out. My voice seemed to fall flat, like the air was absorbing the sound. No answer. I walked to the counter. No clerk. No bell to ring for service. Just an old cash register with mechanical buttons. A layer of dust covered everything. That's when the first real chill ran down my spine. This place wasn't just closed or abandoned. It felt wrong. like I was standing in some kind of time capsule that shouldn't exist. I turned to leave, eager to get the hell out, when I heard it. Footsteps behind me, in the back of the store. Heavy, slow steps. "Hello? I just need some gas," I called out again. No response, but the footsteps stopped. I waited a few seconds, heart pounding, then decided I wasn't sticking around to see who or what was back there. I pushed through the door and practically ran to my car. As I was getting in, I glanced back at the store and swear I saw movement behind one of the grimy windows. Just a shadow shifting, then nothing. I didn't wait around to investigate. I hit the ignition and peeled out of there, tires spinning on the cracked pavement. My gas light was now blinking, but I'd rather risk running out on the highway than spend another minute in that place. I sped down the road I came in on, constantly checking my rearview mirror. Nothing followed me, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. About 15 miles later, I mercifully came across a normal-looking town with a modern Shell station. The relief I felt seeing other cars and normal people was overwhelming. I filled up my tank and went inside to grab a drink, my hands still shaking. "Rough day?" the clerk asked, noticing my state. "Yeah," I said. "I almost ran out of gas. Had to detour through some weird little town back there, Millbrook." The clerk's forehead wrinkled. "Millbrook? Don't think I've heard of it." "It's just down the road," I insisted. "Maybe 15 miles east, really run-down place." He shook his head. "Lived in this county my whole life. There's nothing but forest for 30 miles that way. You must be thinking of somewhere else." I chalked it up to him not knowing local geography and let it go, but his words stuck with me as I got back on the road. I decided to stick to major highways after that and made it all the way to Utah without incident. I was finally starting to relax, cruising through the desert landscape, when I noticed something strange. I kept passing the same mile markers. At first, I thought I was imagining things, highway hypnosis or something, but then I passed a "Welcome to Scenic Route 16" sign for what felt like the third time in an hour. I checked my GPS, which showed I was progressing normally, but something didn't add up. The scenery should have been changing more. I pulled over and checked my paper map, trying to figure out if I was somehow driving in a circle, but the road was clearly marked as going straight through. When I started driving again, a sense of dread washed over me. The landscape began to change, desert giving way to scattered trees, then thicker forest. This made no sense. Utah's geography doesn't just transform like that. My GPS signal dropped, the screen showing recalculating over and over. My phone had no service. The road narrowed, deteriorated. My stomach dropped as I recognized the cracked asphalt, the encroaching trees. No fucking way. I rounded a bend and there it was, that same weathered wooden sign. Millbrook, 5 miles. But that was impossible. I was in Utah, not Missouri. I slammed on the brakes and sat there, hyperventilating. This couldn't be real. I was hallucinating or having some kind of breakdown. I turned the car around immediately and sped back the way I came. After driving for what felt like 20 minutes, I should have been back in the desert. Instead, I found myself approaching Millbrook from the opposite direction. A different sign, same message. I tried another turnaround, another road, any fork I could find. Each time, all roads led back to Millbrook. By this point, I was burning through gas and panicking. The sun was starting to set, and the thought of being near this place after dark terrified me. I tried one more desperate attempt, flooring it down a narrow side road, only to emerge once again at the town's edge. Eventually, my car sputtered and died, out of gas. I was stuck about half a mile outside of Millbrook proper, the town's silhouette visible in the failing light. I locked myself in my car, trying desperately to get my phone working. Nothing. Night fell, and the darkness out there was absolute. No street lights, no house lights, nothing but a sliver of moon. I sat rigid in my seat, jumping at every sound from the surrounding forest. Around midnight, I saw headlights in my rearview mirror. A pickup truck, old model, approached slowly from behind. It pulled alongside my car and stopped. Through the window I could make out a driver, just a silhouette behind the wheel. They didn't get out or roll down their window, just sat there, engine idling. After what felt like an eternity, they drove on toward town. I watched the red taillights disappear around the bend, my heart racing. I didn't sleep at all that night. When morning came, I grabbed my water bottle and backpack with some snacks and started walking. Away from Millbrook, I walked for hours, the sun climbing high overhead. The road kept winding through forest, never changing, never connecting to anything else. By afternoon, exhausted and dehydrated, I found myself approaching Millbrook again, somehow having walked in a circle despite following a straight road. This happened for 3 days. 3 days of trying different directions, different paths through the woods. 3 days of ending up back near that town. 3 days of the same truck appearing at night, watching me, then driving away. On the 4th day, delirious from exhaustion and hunger, I collapsed in the middle of the road. I remember staring up at the canopy of trees, thinking I was going to die there. That's the last thing I remember. I woke up in a hospital in Grand Junction, Colorado. The doctors said a trucker found me unconscious on a service road off the highway. My car was discovered abandoned about 10 miles away. Severe dehydration, they said, possible heat stroke. They asked what happened, but how could I explain? I've spent months trying to make sense of it. I've searched for Millbrook online, in maps, in historical records. Nothing. I've talked to geographers, local historians from Missouri and Utah. The town doesn't exist, never has according to official records. But I was there. I can still smell that musty convenience store, still see that silhouette in the truck. The worst part? Last week, I was driving just outside Columbus, taking a new route to visit a friend. My GPS glitched for a moment, and I saw a small wooden sign, partly hidden by branches. I slammed on my brakes, reversing to make sure. There it was, weathered, faded, but unmistakable. Millbrook, 5 miles. I floored it in the opposite direction and haven't driven since. I don't know what that place is or why it's haunting me. I just know it's still out there, waiting. Story 19. I've been holding on to this experience for years now, and I still get goosebumps thinking about it. I've told a few people, but they usually just laugh it off or say we were being dramatic teenagers. But I know what I heard, and Sam heard it too. This happened when I was 13, back in 2005. My best friend Samantha lived in this old 2-story house in Westview. It was one of those older neighborhoods with big trees that made the streets dark even during the day. Her house wasn't particularly creepy or anything, just a normal suburban home with beige siding and a small front yard, but there was always something off about it. That afternoon started like any other. It was a Friday in October, and we were excited to have the house to ourselves. Sam's mom worked as a nurse at the local hospital and wouldn't be home until around 8, and her dad was on a business trip to Chicago. Her little brother was at a friend's house for a sleepover, so we had the whole place to ourselves. After school, we grabbed snacks from the kitchen, some Cheetos, Sprite, and chocolate chip cookies Sam's mom had made the night before, and headed up to Sam's bedroom. We spent hours playing on her PlayStation 2. I remember we were obsessed with this horror game called Fatal Frame 2. Kind of ironic, looking back on it now, that we were playing a game about ghosts. Sam's room was on the 2nd floor, facing the front of the house. Her window overlooked the driveway and the street. We had the blinds open because it was still light out when we started playing, but by around 6:30, it was already getting dark. October evenings in our town always got dark fast. We were totally absorbed in the game. Sam was controlling the character, and I was beside her on the bed, occasionally screaming and grabbing her arm when something scary happened on screen. We had the volume up pretty loud, not blasting, but definitely loud enough that we probably wouldn't have heard someone coming in the back door. But here's the thing, we both heard it clear as day. "Girls, can you come help me with the groceries?" It was Sam's mom's voice, coming from downstairs by the front door. There was even the sound of grocery bags rustling. I remember Sam and I looked at each other, both surprised, since her mom wasn't supposed to be home yet. But it wasn't that unusual for her to come home early sometimes. "Coming, Mom," Sam called out, pausing the game. We both got up and headed downstairs, still chatting about the game and how far we'd gotten. The layout of Sam's house was pretty simple. Her room was at the top of the stairs, and when you came down, you were in the living room. The front door was just to the right of the living room. As we came downstairs, I noticed how quiet it seemed. There wasn't any more rustling of bags or any sounds of movement. I figured maybe Sam's mom had already taken some groceries to the kitchen, which was at the back of the house, but when we got to the front door, it was closed, completely closed. "Mom?" Sam called out, looking around the living room. No answer. Sam walked over to the front door and opened it. There was nobody there, no car in the driveway, just the empty street with the streetlights starting to come on. "Maybe she went around back," I suggested, but even as I said it, I knew it didn't make sense. Why would she call us to the front door and then go around to the back? We checked the kitchen, the backyard, the garage. Nobody was home. The house was completely empty except for us. Sam looked at me, her face going pale. "You heard that too, right?" My mom's voice. I nodded, feeling a chill run up my spine. "Yeah, I definitely heard your mom. She asked us to help with groceries." Sam pulled her cell phone out of her pocket and called her mom. I stood close enough to hear both sides of the conversation. "Hey Mom, where are you?" Sam asked, her voice shaking slightly. "I'm still at work, honey. Everything okay?" Her mom's voice sounded normal, but definitely not like she had just been at the house. "When are you coming home?" Sam pressed. "Around 8, like I told you this morning. Why? Do you need something?" Sam looked at me, her eyes wide. "No, just checking. See you later." After she hung up, we both stood there in silence for a moment. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest. "We both heard it," I finally said. It wasn't a question. Sam nodded. It was my mom's voice. Exactly her voice. That's what made it so terrifying. It wasn't just some vague sound we'd misinterpreted. It was Sam's mom's voice, with her specific tone and accent. She had a slight southern drawl from growing up in Tennessee. And the request was specific too, asking for help with groceries, something her mom asked regularly. Plus, we both heard the rustling of plastic grocery bags. We went back upstairs, but neither of us wanted to play the game anymore. We sat on Sam's bed, with all the lights on, trying to make sense of what had happened. "Remember what I told you about Rufus?" Sam asked after a while. Rufus was their dog who had passed away the previous year. He was a golden retriever, super friendly and gentle. "That thing with the corner of the living room?" I asked. Sam nodded. He would stand there and bark at that corner, just that specific corner by the stairs. He'd bark and growl, but there was never anything there. My parents thought maybe there were mice in the walls, but we never found any. She paused, then added, "And there was that time when I was 10. I woke up in the middle of the night and saw a woman standing by my dresser. She was wearing this old-fashioned white dress, like a wedding gown. I thought it was Mom at first, but when I called out, she just disappeared." I'd heard the story about the woman in white before, but Sam had always told it like it might have been a dream. Now she was talking about it like she was certain it had happened. "Have you heard the voice before?" I asked. Sam shook her head. "No, nothing like that. Just weird feelings sometimes, like being watched." We spent the rest of the evening huddled together in her room, jumping at every creak and groan of the house. When her mom finally came home, for real this time, we practically ran down to meet her. We told her what had happened, but she just laughed and said we'd been playing too many scary video games. Even when we insisted that we'd both heard it, she just smiled and said old houses make all kinds of strange noises. But it wasn't a strange noise. It was her voice, exactly her voice. For the rest of the school year, I was always a bit uncomfortable at Sam's house. I still went over, but I found myself listening for that voice, watching the stairs, avoiding that corner of the living room that Rufus used to bark at. Sam's family moved away the summer after 8th grade. Her dad got a job in another state, and they sold the house to a young couple with a baby. Sometimes I wonder if that family has experienced anything strange, if they've heard voices or seen the woman in white. I'm 29 now, and I still drive past that house sometimes on my way to work. It's been painted a different color, a light blue instead of beige. and the front yard has been landscaped differently, but every time I see it, I get the same feeling of unease. What bothers me the most, even all these years later, is the specificity of it. Whatever it was didn't just make a random sound, it perfectly imitated Sam's mum's voice, knew exactly what to say to get us to come downstairs, and even added the sound effect of rustling grocery bags. That level of mimicry, that understanding of human behavior, it's deeply unsettling. I've researched paranormal phenomena over the years, trying to make sense of what happened. Some theories suggest that certain entities can mimic human voices to lure people. Others suggest that houses can somehow record events and play them back, like a spiritual tape recorder, what they call residual hauntings. But none of the explanations feel sufficient. None of them explain why it happened that particular evening, or why it never happened again, at least not while I was there. Sam and I have stayed in touch over the years. We don't talk about that day often, but when we do, neither of us has changed our story. We both heard her mom's voice, clear as day, asking for help with groceries. We both heard the rustling of bags, and her mom was miles away at the hospital. I don't know what was in that house. I don't know what called to us that day, or what it wanted, but sometimes, when I'm alone in my own house and I hear an unexpected sound, my mind immediately goes back to that moment, standing at the foot of Sam's stairs, realizing that what we'd heard was impossible, and I still don't have an explanation. Story 20. I've never told anyone the full story of what happened to me in Ravenwood. I'm not even sure if writing this will help, but I need to get it out somehow. Maybe someone out there has experienced something similar and can make sense of it all. I honestly don't know. 4 months ago, my life completely fell apart. I lost my job of 6 years when the company downsized. My girlfriend of 3 years left me 2 weeks later saying she couldn't handle my negativity anymore. Then my landlord decided not to renew my lease because he wanted to renovate the apartment and jack up the rent. Everything crumbled all at once. I needed a fresh start, somewhere quiet and cheap where I could rebuild. That's when I found the listing for Ravenwood. It's this tiny town tucked away in the mountains, barely showing up on maps. The house I found online was going for less than half what you'd expect for a 3-bedroom place. The photos showed a slightly worn but charming old Victorian with a wraparound porch. I was desperate and didn't ask too many questions. The realtor, Mrs. Harmon, was this thin woman with grey hair pulled back so tight it looked painful. When we met at the property, she barely spoke, just handed me papers to sign and pointed out basic features with these weird, jerky movements. The house was even creakier in person, with peeling wallpaper in some rooms and these ancient floorboards that groaned with every step. "Why is it so cheap?" I finally asked as she handed me the keys. She paused, her face completely blank. "People here are superstitious. The house has been empty for a while." Then she smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. "Good luck," she said, and left me standing on the porch. I spent that first day cleaning and unpacking. The place smelled musty, like old books and something else I couldn't identify. I threw open all the windows despite the autumn chill. The house was full of little oddities, doors that didn't quite close right, light switches that worked intermittently, and this constant creaking that seemed to follow me from room to room. The first 3 nights were okay. I didn't sleep great. The house made all those noises old houses make, settling, creaking, the occasional thump from the attic that I assumed was probably just raccoons or something, nothing that seemed worth worrying about. It was the 4th night when everything changed. I'd gone to bed around 11, exhausted from hauling furniture around all day. I was just drifting off when I heard it, a soft, whispering sound. At first, I thought it was just the wind outside or maybe the furnace kicking on, but it continued, getting louder until it was unmistakably a voice. No, voices, multiple voices whispering in unison. Come down, come down." I sat bolt upright, heart hammering. The whispers stopped immediately. I told myself I was imagining things, that it was just the wind through the old chimney creating weird acoustics. I even laughed at myself a little, but I still got up and checked that my bedroom door was locked before crawling back under the covers. Just as I was finally calming down, the whispers returned. "Come down, come down." This time they were louder, more insistent. I pulled the pillow over my head, but it did nothing to block them out. It was like the voices were inside my head. Come down, come down. I was about to get up and turn on every light in the house when I heard an enormous crash from downstairs. It sounded like something massive had fallen over. The whispers stopped. The silence that followed was somehow worse. I grabbed my phone and turned on the flashlight. My hands were shaking so badly I nearly dropped it twice. I should have just stayed in my room. I should have called someone. But who? I barely knew anyone in town, and what would I even say? That my house was whispering to me. I unlocked my bedroom door and stepped into the hallway. The floor creaked under my feet, the sound impossibly loud in the silence. The stairs loomed ahead of me, a dark mouth ready to swallow me whole. This is stupid, I whispered to myself. It's probably just a shelf that fell down, but I knew deep down that it wasn't a shelf. I took the stairs one at a time, my flashlight beam bouncing off the walls. When I reached the bottom, I almost turned around and ran back up. The living room was a disaster. The coffee table was upside down. The couch had been pushed against the far wall. Books from the built-in shelves were scattered across the floor, and in the corner of the room, there was someone. At first, I thought it was just shadows playing tricks on me. But as I stared, I realized it was a figure, darker than the darkness around it. It seemed to bend the light from my flashlight, creating this weird distortion in the air. I couldn't make out any features. It was just a person-shaped void, standing perfectly still. I was frozen in place, unable to move, unable to scream, and then it spoke. Come closer. The voice was all wrong. It sounded like dozens of voices layered on top of each other, some high, some low, all speaking in perfect unison. It made my skin crawl. That broke the spell. I turned and ran up the stairs, taking them two at a time. I slammed my bedroom door shut and pushed my dresser in front of it. I spent the rest of the night huddled in the corner of my room, flashlight clutched to my chest, jumping at every creak and groan of the house. When morning finally came, I called Mrs. Harmon. I didn't care about losing my deposit or breaking the lease. I just needed out. I'm sorry, she said in this flat voice that didn't sound sorry at all, but I'm out of town for the next 3 days. I can meet you on Thursday to collect the keys. 3 days, 3 more nights in that house. I considered just leaving, abandoning everything I'd unpacked, but I couldn't afford to start over again with nothing. I needed my stuff, my clothes, my computer, so I decided to spend the day packing and then find a motel for the nights until Thursday. I ventured downstairs cautiously, half expecting to find the living room still in chaos, but everything was back in place. The couch was where it should be. The coffee table was upright with magazines neatly stacked on top. All the books were back on the shelves. I stood there, questioning my sanity. Had I dreamed the whole thing? Had I been sleepwalking? That's when I noticed something about the bookshelf in the corner. There was a small gap between it and the wall, a gap that hadn't been there before. I approached it slowly, my curiosity overcoming my fear. When I peered behind the shelf, I saw it. A small wooden door, no more than 3 feet tall, built right into the wall. The wood was dark with age, and there was a tiny brass knob in the center. I should have ignored it. I should have continued packing and gotten the hell out of there. But something compelled me to pull the bookshelf further away from the wall. It moved easily, as if it had been designed to be moved. The little door seemed to call to me. I knelt down and turned the knob. It opened with a soft click. Behind the door was a tunnel just tall enough to crawl through. It was dark, but I could see that it extended quite a way. The walls were packed earth, like the entrance to an old root cellar. I switched on my phone's flashlight and peered inside. The tunnel curved slightly to the left after about 10 feet, so I couldn't see where it ended. Common sense told me to close the door and forget about it. But after everything that had happened, I needed answers. I needed to know what was happening in this house. I got down on my hands and knees and crawled into the tunnel. The earth was cool and slightly damp under my palms. The air smelled of soil and something else, something metallic and unpleasant. I crawled for what felt like ages, though it was probably only a minute or two. The tunnel curved again, and suddenly I could see a faint light ahead. The tunnel opened into a small circular room. A single candle burned in the center, casting flickering shadows on the earthen walls. The room was empty except for the candle and a figure standing behind it. I say standing, but that's not quite right. It seemed to hover a few inches off the ground. It was human-shaped, but wrong somehow. Too tall, too thin, its proportions slightly off. Its face was mostly in shadow, but I could see its eyes, or rather the absence of eyes. Where eyes should have been were just hollow black pits. I tried to back away, but my body wouldn't respond. I was frozen in place, half in and half out of the tunnel. "You're not supposed to be here," the figure said. Its voice was the same as the one from last night, multiple voices speaking as one. Before I could respond, the candle went out. The darkness that followed was absolute, the kind that presses against your eyeballs and fills your lungs like smoke. I panicked and tried to crawl backward, back to the tunnel, back to my house, but the tunnel was gone. My hands hit solid earth where the opening had been. I don't know how long I've been here. Time feels different in this darkness. Sometimes I think I can see faint shapes moving around me. Sometimes I hear breathing that isn't mine, and always, always, I hear the whispers. Come down, come down. I wish I'd never heard them. I wish I'd never obeyed. I think there are others here with me, others who made the same mistake. Sometimes I feel them brush past me in the dark. Sometimes I hear them sobbing. I don't know if I'll ever find my way out. I don't know if there is a way out. All I know is that if you ever hear whispers in your house, whispers telling you to come down, ignore them. Lock your doors, cover your ears, do anything but listen, because once you come down, you might never go back up again. Story 21. I've been driving semis for nearly 20 years now. Not much gets to me anymore. Long nights, bad weather, rude dispatchers. I've seen it all. But this is different. I've never told anyone about what happened that night near the Wyoming-South Dakota border, mainly because I thought no one would believe me. Hell, I barely believe it myself, and I lived through it. It was early December, about 3 years ago. I was hauling a load of electronics from Salt Lake City to Minneapolis. The weather forecast called for snow, but dispatch assured me it wouldn't be anything serious until the next day. I had a tight deadline, so I figured I'd push through and try to make it as far as I could before the storm hit. By late afternoon, the sky turned this eerie steel gray color. I've driven through enough bad weather to know when something nasty is brewing. The first flakes started falling around 6. Just little specks at first, nothing to worry about. But by 8, it was coming down hard, the kind of heavy, wet snow that sticks to everything. The wind picked up too, gusting across the interstate and making the trailer shimmy behind me. I called my dispatcher to warn them I might be delayed, but they reminded me about the bonus for on-time delivery. Money talks, you know, so I kept going, both hands gripping the wheel, leaning forward like that would somehow help me see better through the thickening snow. By 11 that night, I was somewhere near the Wyoming-South Dakota border. I couldn't even see the "Welcome to South Dakota" sign through the whiteout. The interstate had maybe one set of tire tracks to follow, and even those were filling in fast. My wipers were working overtime, and I had the defroster cranked all the way up. The radio kept cutting out, nothing but static between bursts of emergency weather advisories telling people to stay off the roads. I was going maybe 30 miles per hour, which felt too fast in those conditions, but I knew if I slowed down too much, I risked getting stuck. My headlights barely cut through the wall of white. It was like driving through a cloud, with occasional glimpses of reflectors on the guardrail to guide me. That's when I spotted it. An old semi pulled over on the shoulder, one of those beat-up Peterbilts from the 90s, dark red or maybe maroon under all the snow. No hazards flashing, no lights in the cab, just sitting there, half buried in a growing snowdrift. As I crept past, I glanced over, thinking maybe the driver needed help. What I saw still makes my skin crawl. There was a man behind the wheel, completely motionless. He was just sitting there, staring straight ahead with the widest eyes I've ever seen. His face was so pale it almost glowed in the darkness, and he had this blank expression. like he wasn't really seeing anything. He didn't turn when my lights swept across him, didn't blink, nothing. I'm not proud to admit it, but I didn't stop. Something about him felt wrong, really wrong. I told myself he must be sleeping with his eyes open, or maybe he was just resting and I caught him in a weird moment. But deep down, I knew there was something off about the whole situation. I sped up a little, pushing through the snow faster than I should have, just to put some distance between us. I kept checking my mirrors, but the truck disappeared into the storm behind me within seconds. For the next hour or so, I fought the storm. The highway was becoming impassable, and I was starting to think I'd have to pull over and wait it out. My GPS showed a rest area about 10 miles ahead, so I decided to aim for that. When I finally saw the blue sign for the rest stop, I nearly cried with relief. The place was deserted, not surprising given the weather. Just an empty parking lot with snow piling up in the corners. I pulled in and parked as far from the entrance as possible, giving myself a clear view of anyone coming or going. Force of habit, I guess. I shut down the engine but kept the auxiliary power running for heat. The sudden silence was deafening after hours of engine noise and howling wind. I sent a quick text to dispatch updating them on my location, then heated up some coffee from my thermos. It must have been close to 1 in the morning. I remember checking the time and calculating how much sleep I could get if I started moving again by 5. I reclined my seat and closed my eyes, listening to the wind buffeting the truck. That's when I heard it, a light tapping on my passenger window. At first I thought it was just ice or snow hitting the glass, but it was too rhythmic, too deliberate. Tap, tap, tap. I sat up slowly and turned toward the sound. My blood ran cold. Standing outside my truck, perfectly visible despite the blizzard, was the man from the abandoned semi. The same pale face, the same wide, unblinking eyes, the same expressionless stare. He shouldn't have been there, couldn't have been there. I'd driven at least 20 miles from where I'd passed him. There was no way he could have followed me, especially not on foot in a snowstorm. I froze, unable to move as he raised one hand and tapped the glass again. His skin looked gray in the dim light from my dashboard, his fingers unnaturally long and thin. His clothes were soaked through, covered in snow, but he didn't seem to be shivering. Then his lips moved. I couldn't hear him through the glass, but I could make out the words, "Let me in." My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst. I couldn't breathe, couldn't think. All I could do was stare back at him, paralyzed with fear. "Let me in," he mouthed again, more insistent this time. His eyes never blinked, never moved from mine. I don't know how long we stayed like that, me frozen in my seat, him standing in the snowstorm without any sign that the cold was affecting him. It could have been seconds or minutes. Then without warning he turned and walked away from the truck. He didn't hurry, just walked with slow, deliberate steps toward the dark edge of the parking lot. I watched until he disappeared into the swirling snow. I sat there trembling for what felt like hours, afraid to close my eyes, afraid he'd come back. Every shadow, every gust of wind that rocked the truck made me jump. I kept all the doors locked, the engine running and lights on for the rest of the night. When dawn finally broke, the storm had eased up. The rest area was covered in at least a foot of fresh snow, completely untouched except for the area around my truck. There were no footprints anywhere near my passenger door, no sign that anyone had been standing there at all. I convinced myself I had fallen asleep and dreamed the whole thing. Stress, exhaustion, and the storm playing tricks on my mind. That had to be it. I made it to Minneapolis 6 hours late, but in one piece, delivered my load and tried to put the incident behind me. 3 days later, I was having breakfast at a truck stop in Nebraska when I overheard a couple of drivers talking at the next table. They were swapping ghost stories, the kind that circulate among long haulers. I wasn't really paying attention until one of them mentioned the Wyoming-South Dakota border. They say there was this driver back in the 80s who got caught in the worst blizzard anyone had seen in decades, the older trucker was saying. He pulled over thinking he could wait it out, but his heating system failed. By morning, he had frozen to death in his cab, sitting right there behind the wheel. I felt the coffee turn to ice in my stomach. The really creepy part, he continued, lowering his voice, is that truckers still see him out there during snowstorms. Sometimes it's just his truck parked on the shoulder, but some guys claim he knocks on their doors, asking to be let in. They say he's looking for warmth he'll never find. I left without finishing my breakfast. I've been avoiding that stretch of highway ever since, taking longer routes if necessary. I told my dispatcher I had a bad experience there and left it at that. Most of the time I can convince myself it was just my imagination working overtime, that I heard that ghost story somewhere before and my tired brain conjured it up during the storm. But some nights, when I'm driving through bad weather and the visibility drops to nothing, I swear I can hear tapping on my window, soft, insistent tapping. And even though I never look, I know what I'd see if I did. That pale face, those wide, unblinking eyes, those lips forming the words, "Let me in." I never stop during snowstorms anymore. I never pull over on desolate stretches of road, and I never, ever unlock my doors until I'm somewhere well lit with plenty of people around. Because the thing that scares me most isn't the ghost itself. It's wondering what would have happened if I had let him in. Story 22. I've never told this story to anyone outside my immediate family and a few close friends. Even now, typing this out, my hands are shaking and I keep looking over my shoulder. I'm 27 now, but the things that happened to me in Newport still haunt me every single day. It all started when I was 3 years old. I remember it so clearly because it was the first time I felt true fear. I was walking down the hallway of our house. It was getting dark and the lights were dim. That's when I noticed it. There was something on the ceiling, like a shadow, but it was moving. It wasn't just any shadow. It was following me, crawling along directly above me. I remember freezing in place, and it stopped too. When I moved again, it moved with me. I ran into my mom's bedroom thinking it would go away. The shadow disappeared when I got in there, and I thought I was safe. I sat down in front of my mom's big vanity mirror to catch my breath. That's when I saw it. My reflection was smiling at me, but I wasn't smiling. I was terrified. I turned my head to the side, but my reflection didn't turn with me. It just kept staring straight ahead with that horrible smile. I screamed, and my mom came running, but by the time she got there, everything looked normal again. She thought I was just having an active imagination. That became the explanation for everything weird that happened after that. When I was 5, I was using the bathroom by myself. I was so proud that I could do that on my own. I was sitting on the toilet when I saw a glass that was sitting on the counter suddenly slide right off and shatter on the floor. I didn't touch it. I couldn't have reached it from where I was sitting. My stepdad didn't believe me when I told him what happened. He was convinced I broke it on purpose and was lying about it. He made me eat soap as punishment. I can still taste that horrible taste whenever I think about it. Things were manageable until I was 8, when we moved into this old house in Newport. That's when everything got so much worse. From the first night we spent there, I felt like I was being watched constantly. I would see silhouettes of people standing in doorways or at the end of hallways, but when I turned to look directly at them, they'd be gone. My parents thought I was making it up for attention because of the move. Around that time, I started having this recurring dream. In the dream, I'd be standing at the edge of this beautiful meadow with tall grass and wildflowers. There was always a girl there walking ahead of me. She had long, light-colored hair and wore a white nightgown. I could never see her face because she was always walking away from me, but something kept compelling me to follow her. Every time I had the dream, I would get a little closer to her, but she would never turn around. On my 9th birthday, my parents got me a new bed with a bookshelf headboard. I used to keep all my heavy hardcover books up there. One night, I was feeling especially scared. The feeling of being watched was so intense that I couldn't sleep. I ended up building this little fort around my head with pillows. It sounds silly now, but it made me feel safer somehow. That night I had the meadow dream again, but this time was different. This time, the girl finally turned around to face me, but where her face should have been, there was nothing. Just smooth, blank skin, no eyes, no nose, no mouth, nothing. I woke up screaming at exactly 3:01 in the morning. As I sat up, all the heavy books on my headboard started sliding off, moving toward my face. If I hadn't built that pillow fort, they would have smashed right into my head. There's no way they could have moved like that naturally. When I was 11, I started waking up at exactly 3 in the morning almost every night. Each time, I would hear what sounded like someone digging with a shovel in dirt. The sound was coming from inside my closet. I'd lie there frozen, afraid to move or call out for my parents. Sometimes it would go on for an hour before stopping. My brother started experiencing things too. He'd wake up with scratches on his back that he couldn't explain. My parents would blame it on him scratching himself in his sleep, but some of them were in places he couldn't possibly reach. By the time I was 13, even my friends didn't want to sleep over at our house. One of my best friends, Emma, stayed the night and woke up screaming in the middle of the night. She couldn't remember what her nightmare was about, but she refused to ever spend the night again. She told me later that she felt like someone was standing over her bed the entire night, watching her sleep. The worst incident happened when I was home with just my brother. My parents were out for dinner, and we were watching TV in the living room. There was this painting on the wall. Nothing special, just a landscape my mom had picked up at a yard sale. Out of nowhere, it flew off the wall. Not like it fell. It literally launched itself across the room and shattered against the opposite wall. My brother and I just looked at each other, grabbed our phones, and ran outside to wait for our parents to come home. The thing that scares me most is that I think whatever was in that house followed me when we moved away when I was 15. I still have the meadow dreams sometimes. I still wake up at 3 in the morning for no reason. And sometimes, just out of the corner of my eye, I'll see a girl with long, light-colored hair wearing a white nightgown, but I never look directly at her. I'm too afraid of seeing that blank, featureless face again. Last week, I was home alone, getting ready for bed. I went to brush my teeth and caught a glimpse of my reflection in the mirror. For just a split second, I swear my reflection was smiling at me, even though I wasn't smiling. I haven't been able to look in a mirror since. I've tried researching the history of that house in Newport, but I haven't found anything unusual. No tragic deaths, no missing persons, nothing that would explain what happened to me there. I've thought about going back, just to see if I still feel the same presence, but something tells me that would be a terrible idea. Sometimes I wonder if I'm just crazy, if my mind made all of this up. But then I remember the physical things. The books sliding off my headboard, the painting flying across the room, the glass falling off the counter when I was 5. Those things were real. My brother saw some of them too, so I know it wasn't all in my head. I've tried talking to therapists about it, but they always want to attribute it to anxiety or trauma or something they can explain. But how do you explain waking up at the exact same time every night? How do you explain seeing your reflection move independently of yourself? The meadow in my dreams has always felt like a real place. Sometimes I wonder if it's somewhere near that house in Newport, if the faceless girl is still walking through it, waiting for someone else to follow her. I hope no other kid has to go through what I did. I still sleep with a pillow fortress around my head sometimes, especially when I'm feeling vulnerable. My husband thinks it's cute. He doesn't know the real reason. I've never told him the full story. How do you tell someone you love that you're afraid of a faceless girl who might not even exist? The worst part is not knowing why. Why me? Why our house? Was it something about me that attracted whatever this was, or was it just bad luck that we moved into that house? I'll probably never know. All I know for sure is that some nights I still wake up at 3 in the morning with that feeling of being watched. And on those nights, I never ever look toward my closet or check the corners of my bedroom. Some things are better left unseen. If you've experienced anything like this, please let me know. Sometimes I feel so alone with these memories, like I'm the only person who's ever gone through something like this. I just want to know I'm not crazy, that what happened to me was real,